Hey, this is Steve Stine from GuitarZoom Academy, and I am glad you're here with me. This is the practice routine course. This is an almost 5-hour course that's going to help you to better understand how to develop a proper practice routine, both a daily practice routine and a weekly practice routine. And the way I do this is I talk about these things I call buckets. Okay, buckets are like elements that you pull out of to do your practice with. You know, things like fundamentals, skill development, technique development, that sort of thing. Theory, understanding, comprehension, that sort of thing. Visualization of the fretboard, learning songs. There's lots of different things that we can learn in here. So this thing, it comes with a PDF. I'd highly recommend you download that PDF so you can check it out. And it's going to help guide you through everything and help you to develop your own practice routine, something that's actually going to get you from just kind of doing the same thing over and over and over to actually trying to make progress. Okay, so have fun with this thing. Check it out. See if it's something that helps you. Do me a favor. If it is beneficial for you, share it with your friends or somebody out there that you know that's struggling with trying to get themselves organized. This is a really great and effective, I believe anyway, an effective way of getting yourself organized. Now, if for some reason you decide that you need a little more help, you need some guidance, all that sort of thing, the other thing that you can do is always check out the GuitarZoom Academy. You can set up a discussion with myself or one of my team, and we can talk about what that looks like to try and get you from where you are to where you want to go. So anyway, enjoy this course. I hope it helps you, and have fun, keep practicing, and stay positive, okay? When you're trying to create a practice routine for yourself, what I want you to think about are 3 different primary elements, okay? 3 different levels, if you will. The first level is going to be understanding, visualization, that sort of thing. Okay, stuff that doesn't necessarily require physical playing, but it requires visual elements, memorization, that sort of thing. What's great about the first level is that oftentimes you can do this when you're not around your guitar, okay? So maybe you're studying a scale on your fretboard or, a cage system or some sort of, triad concept or whatever it might be. Maybe it's a single position of a scale or multiple positions, or you're trying to get a bigger picture of how they all connect together or whatever it might be. Maybe it's some theory. But the point is that level 1, everything starts with our thought process. As guitar players, we often forget that we're actually having to analyze what's happening in our brains before we actually start playing the guitar. Now, at some point, we develop automation, and that's exactly what we're looking for, but it still starts with a thought. So always begin by understanding that part of your daily or weekly practice routine is going to be something that you need to think about. You need to comprehend. You need to memorize. You need to visualize, whatever that means to you. So as you're having experiences throughout your guitar playing world, you might come across a song and now you need to study how that song structure goes or how the parts go together or whatever it might be, or maybe you're going to improvise over something, and so now you're thinking about the song and the key and what scale option you have and what you can see in your head. All of that starts on level 1. Level 2 is the execution level. So this is where your skill sets are determined. Okay, so level 2, we're dealing with our ability to be able to play something, mimic something, right? Maybe you're learning a song or a riff or a lick or something like that. So you're trying to replicate something on some level, and you're trying to work on the techniques that are needed to be able to do so. Maybe you're working on some fundamental exercises, something for finger strength or dexterity or, stamina or speed, or maybe it's a right-hand thing, a fretting thing, or a picking thing. So you've got your one hand, which is your fretting hand, the strength of those individual fingers, the speed of those fingers, that sort of thing. And then you've got your picking hand, your down picking, your alternate picking, your strumming, natural strumming, organic strumming, I call it. All of those kinds of tools come from the strumming hand or the picking hand. And then you've got synchronicity between the two hands, learning how to get them to relate to each other and follow each other around the fretboard. Again, be it in one position, multiple positions, whatever it might be. And then you've got specific techniques. Maybe it's down picking or alternate picking or hammer-ons or bending or, again, God knows what it would be. There's a million other things. But that's the execution level. And so your daily or weekly, and for me, this kind of thing is that there are many elements of the execution level that need to be done on a daily basis, because this is like your strength, right? If you go out and you run 3 miles a day every day to maintain the health that you're at currently, if you run less than that, your health is going to be altered relative to the decrease in the amount of exercise that you're getting. If you did more, your health would increase in theory because you're doing more, okay? You're exercising more. So what you have to understand about the execution level, the skills, the fundamental stuff, the rudimentary stuff is these things need to be nurtured on a daily basis. If you're developing your down picking or your alternate picking, or you're doing legato exercises to maintain strength in your fingers and that sort of thing, you can't just do those once a week. Those things need to be done every day. Where maybe the study of the Cage system, level 1, is something that could be done 2 or 3 times a week. Okay, there's no perfect plan to this. You just have to think about this. What stuff does your engine need to run optimally every single day? And then what other things do you have going on in your life that could be done 2 or 3 times a week or 4 times a week or whatever you see as value, right? So the third level is what I like to always refer to as the creative level. And this is where you start putting things into play in a creative way, like you're strumming when you play a song, right? So in this creative space, you might be looking at new songs to learn how to play, not just from a fundamental perspective, but a creative level. Like maybe you're improvising to the song, or maybe you're making up your own strum, or whatever it might be. And obviously improvisation is a big part of this creative level. Songwriting, all of these kinds of things. So for some players, the creative level, the third level, is not the be-all, end-all. It's actually less important than the first two. Maybe you play in a cover band where what you do primarily, and this isn't good or bad or plus or minus, it's just being honest. Maybe you play in a cover band where 90% of what you do is play songs, and those songs have elements that we're learning that are already pre-constructed. And sure, you might do a little bit of your own thing with the way you strum, or a solo here and there or something like that. But primarily, your job is to learn these songs as accurately as possible so your band sounds good, right? So it's not that you'll never do creative stuff, or, you're not good because you don't do creative. That is not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, what's your role? What is it that you're doing? That's what you need to be thinking about. So the creative level is something that for some players is a very, very, very important element of their playing, and for some players it just isn't. Where the visualization of the fretboard in some capacity has to be. Maybe it's bar chords on your fretboard. You know what I mean? Learning to play those all over the guitar, or maybe it's visualizing a particular song. I mean, there's all kinds of different reasons why we would do that. Level 2, that's where the real work is. And this is what every guitar player has to deal with is, what do I struggle with? And you want to become more aware of that with your practice when you think about it. Not just somebody else telling you what you're struggling with, but you need to become hyper aware. Look, I tried to play this thing, and obviously this is very hard for me. The question is why? And once I get the why, then that becomes an element that I have to decide, well, maybe that needs to become part of my practice routine to develop this thing so I can play this other thing, right? If you want to play in a band and you're playing a particular song and you're struggling with a particular part of that song, you're either going to have to find a way to band-aid around it, or you're going to have to learn it. And either way, you're going to have to practice this thing. So it's that stuff that feeds your daily/weekly practice routine. So you want to become aware. Sure, ask for help, for sure. I need structure. I need some accountability. I need to figure out what my plan needs to be here with a practice routine. But you also need to become aware of yourself and what is needed to be able to set up this 3-tier practice mechanism for yourself. When you come across something that you see as valuable and you have you struggle with the execution of it, that should become part of either a daily or, in some capacity, a weekly practice element. This doesn't mean every single thing that you ever come across. You have to be smart about it. What do I need short term? What are the things I need to develop to be able to become the player I want to become? And what is either a short term or absolutely crucial? That's the second part. Absolutely crucial to the development of my playing. And if it's absolutely crucial, you've deemed it as that important, then of course that needs to become part of your practice routine. You can't just say every single thing you ever, try and play and you can't do it has to become part of your practice routine. You'd be practicing for 10 hours a day on a lot of stuff that you may or may not need. You have to become aware of priority. What are the things that I need short term? What are the things that I've deemed important, very important, long term? And these are the things that feed your practice, you see? Something I think is really important for you when you're trying to develop a practice routine is think about the things that you want to develop long term and then the elements that you need short term. And there's all kinds of different ways that you can do this. So let's start with scales as an example. So maybe you're learning how to see a particular scale. Maybe let's just start with pentatonic. We're learning how to visualize this pentatonic scale across the entire fretboard. That's our long-term goal. And so every day, we practice visualization, memorization. We practice skill sets of being able to play each position and connect to each position, that sort of thing. That's long-term. Short-term, we want to have a position, maybe a couple positions, something that we can use in the real world, right? Maybe we're learning how to improvise. So long-term, we want to learn how to see this scale across the entire fretboard. Long-term, we want to be able to improvise using this scale, moving freely in and out of every position. That's our long-term goal, which is a great goal to have. But short-term, what we need to be able to do is utilize a position or two positions in a creative manner so we can actually use it in our playing and maybe in our performance or whatever it might be. So what might be smart is long-term, we're learning to visualize this in one key. Because, this idea of, well, if we want to play another key, all we do is move everything up or move everything down, which is true. But in reality, sometimes it's massively different in your brain. And just because you're moving it up or down doesn't mean that you see everything holistically when you shift it. So it isn't just a matter of visualizing it, it's learning to maneuver through it too, right? The technical aspect of playing it. So oftentimes it's better if you choose, in my opinion, it's better if you choose one key that you see as valuable in your world. Maybe it's the key of E minor or the key of A minor or whatever it might be. And long term, you're learning to visualize this and you're practicing meandering and movement and all these things through all these positions. But short term, you've got a couple of those positions that you're really honing in on, learning how to play in a more creative way, phrasing, melodic connection, all of these kinds of things that you might do, certain licks that you're learning, whatever it is. And the reason why you're doing that short term is because now all of a sudden you've got a jam with a band and they're playing in G minor. Well, you holistically are not ready maybe to see G minor across the entire fretboard the same way you were doing in E minor, for instance. But short term, you've developed the ability of being able to play in these one or two positions and make really good music with it. Or all of a sudden you're in the key of B flat, which is maybe an awkward key for you. So again, you don't have the luxury of the entire fretboard right now. You're going to go for this short-term thing, this slice, if you will, of the fretboard so you can get the job done and still do a great job, still be very effective. But instead of just worrying about the visualization of the fretboard, you're working your way upward too, right? So we're not just worried about the visualization of the entire fretboard, the practice of the whole fretboard, all of that kind of stuff, but we're actually kind of slicing through upward to get to that creative level. So even though we're not seeing the whole fretboard, we're able to make some creative choices, some musical choices with just a couple of different positions. And this is a great tactic to get used to because long-term we're developing bigger picture, right? Overarching. Short term, we're slicing through a chunk of that long term, and we're using that in the real world. So we're not saying, okay, I can't play in any key but the key of G. No, that's not true. Or the key of E minor or whatever it might be. That's not true. It's just when it gets to that key that you're really developing, that long-term key, that's where your superpower is. That's where you can just go crazy and do what you do, right? And as you get more and more comfortable with that, you then begin another key. Maybe you begin the key of A minor or the key of G minor or whatever it might be. And now you start overarchingly developing that. But you still have the ability, short term, to slice a piece of that out and make music with it. So that's talking in terms of scales. If we think long-term, short-term for songs, for instance, there might be a song that we want to learn how to play, and we want to learn as much of it as accurate as possible. So long-term, we're dissecting all of the elements of the song and what's needed and what struggles we're having, what techniques we need to develop, any confusion in terms of the memorization, all of those kind of things. That's the long-term. The short-term is there's some things I'm going to leave out because I have to play the song. Let's say you've been hired by a band to jam with them, or you're going to perform this weekend, and you've got, 30 songs you have to learn by this Saturday, and it's Tuesday, okay? You can't learn every single part of every single thing necessarily by Saturday. So long term, you want to develop all the parts of these things. You want to dial it in as perfect as you can get, but the gig is this Saturday no matter what. So short term, you're going to need to make some adjustments. You're going to need to make some edits. You're going to need to leave some things out. The solo might not be perfect. You might not learn every single lick exactly right. You just got to get the job done so you can join this band and you can play with them and still have it sound good. And then over the course of time, you're going to continue trying to work on the development of all of these different parts. So there's lots of different ways that you can look at long-term and short-term in terms of your practice and setting up a practice routine for yourself. But it's very important to do that, because if you think of everything as being long-term and everything as being bigger picture, the problem is that when you get into situations where you need that information right now, oftentimes this thing will fail because you're thinking too big. And so you want to find a way of being able to slice, to take a chunk of that out and be able to get the job done now, right? It always reminds me of a book that's called Ready, Fire, Aim. Not Ready, Aim, Fire, Ready, Fire, Aim, which talks about how, like, software developers and things like that, you see it all the time on your phones and stuff when updates come out. They have to get the product ready to a certain degree, but if they wait until it's perfect, they'd be waiting forever because it will never be perfect. So they get it to a point of execution, and then they release it. And then they keep updating it, but it's already out there in the public doing its job. They just keep optimizing it as you go. And if you think about what I'm talking about, it's kind of like that. We have this bigger overarching thing that we're trying to develop to optimization, to the best possible place we can get it. But if that's all we focus on, we're never going to get there. We're never actually interacting in the real world doing these other things. We have to find a way of being able to slice a piece out and do the best we can with what we've got, and then keep developing it from there. Sometimes when you slice that piece, it shows you other sub-elements that you might need to work on more. So you got this big picture, you got this little thing that you're doing, but then because of the approach that you're taking from this little piece, you go, oh, so if I need to shortcut a little bit, I should learn how to do this. Or I should think about doing this, right? So all of a sudden it can lead to other thought processes that you have going, oh, so there's other ways to think about things when I need something quick. Because as musicians, that happens all the time. You don't always have 5 years to prepare for a gig. Sometimes you're just at a club and somebody goes, hey, get up and play with us. Okay, I don't know what we're playing. I don't know what key we're going to play in. I don't know what tempo it's at. I don't know anything. So I may have the skill sets of long-term, of bigger picture for this particular situation, but sometimes I might not. Sometimes I might have to go with short-term. So, and just grab and go, right? So that's something to think about a little bit when it comes to practice as well. Hey, Steve Stine from GuitarZoom here. Thank you so much for joining me. Today we're going to be talking about the difference between noodling on the guitar and actually setting up a practice regimen, okay? So I want to start off by just telling you that if you do like to just screw around on the guitar, noodle we call it on the guitar, and you're perfectly happy with that, then that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, if you're not questioning what you're doing, you're just enjoying what you're doing, I'm the last person to tell you need to change anything. But if you're finding that as a result of just kind of playing whatever at whenever time isn't really getting you the results that you want, then it's time to start trying to change that and start making a plan for yourself of what you're trying to do, be it on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, okay? So everybody's in a different place when it comes to what we're practicing, what level we're at with the things that we're doing, all of that kind of stuff. So I really just want to focus on a couple of things I think would be beneficial for you. Number one is you want to start learning how to define your goals. Not just practicing anything and whatever and that sort of thing. And again, I'm going to say it. If that's what makes you happy, there's nothing wrong with that. But if that's not getting you the results that you want, then what you need to start doing is you need to start developing a plan. That plan has to consist of some goals, some elements that you think are pertinent to study and elevate to get to the place you want to be. For instance, if you want to learn how to play songs, you need the fundamental components to play songs. You need to learn essential chords to play the kind of music that you want to play. Open chords or bar chords or power chords or any of these sorts of things. You also need to learn how to strum to make the music sound real, right? Not just a strumming pattern, not just down, 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 up, down or something like that, which is fine, but really learning how to feel strum, feel the rhythm, connected to the music that you're trying to play on. And the third thing is that you've got to learn how to memorize the components or the compositional elements of that song. There's an intro and it needs me to do this. There's a verse and it needs me to do this, blah, blah, blah. And as you keep going, you might start moving into various techniques. I need to develop my alternate picking. I need to develop my palm muting. I need to, develop my single note playing, whatever it might be, okay? But being aware of those things and understanding that some of these things require a daily feeding to either A, at the very least, maintain, and B, to elevate, okay? If you don't do them on a regular basis and you don't really have control of them, the problem is oftentimes they're going to slip. So guitar playing isn't like, at least in my experience, it's not like riding a bike where you just grab a guitar and everything's still there. That's not true. It's almost like being an athlete. If you're a marathoner and then you don't do a marathon for 10 years, you're not just going to get up one day and go, well, today I'm going to run a marathon. Like your body needs to stay in shape. It might not need to be in even more shape. That's entirely up to you. But at the very least, it needs to maintain to be able to do the marathon. So what I think about are what I call buckets when I'm trying to put this together is to get people to think about elements that you need to decide whether you're going to work on all of these things every day, which in my world is impossible. There's just not enough time to do everything that I feel like I want to do. So I create a weekly practice regimen. And what I'll do is every day of the week, there's certain things that I will work on because I find it very, very, very important. And then I will scatter other elements throughout the week to make sure that I'm hitting everything without too much space in between. So, for instance, the first thing I want you to think about is what we'll call the fundamentals bucket or the rudimentary bucket. And what this is those essential skills that you need to play the things that you want to play. Be it chords and chord changes, be it strumming, be it picking, single note picking, down picking, alternate picking, palm muting, right? Fundamental skills to do the things that you want. Maybe you're focusing on soloing, improvisation, like that's a big thing. Well, then you've got kind of multiple parts to this. You've got the visualization of your fretboard. You've got the understanding of elements and how they work and interact on the fretboard. You've got skill sets, the execution of things with your fingers with said scales, right? Whatever scale you're working on, pentatonic, whatever it might be that you're doing, your ability to be able to see those things on an absolute level, not kind of, sort of, because again, kind of, sort of means Not kind of, sort of. If you kind of know something, you kind of don't know something. That's where the problem lies. So you need to be able to develop that fretboard, whether it's a little bit or a lot is entirely up to you, but you need to develop that to an absolute level to be able to manipulate it and control it and make music with it. So the second level then is the skill set. I can see this absolutely, but I cannot play it very well. Right? I'm using a metronome. I'm trying to dial in my skill set of being able to do this, but I can see that I still need more work with that. Okay, well, that's fine. And then there's oftentimes a third level to this, which is the creative level. If you're learning how to improvise, for instance, just because you can see something on your fretboard and just because you can move your fingers at a certain speed does not mean it sounds musical. It doesn't mean you can create phrases that sound musical. If you think of, again, anybody from Joe Bonamassa to Jeff Beck to whoever it is that you might like, right? That's what you might appreciate about them. You might appreciate the technical prowess of that person. You might appreciate the musicality of David Gilmour or something like that. Again, it's entirely up to you. I'm just saying that's what you have to try and focus on. So for me, the fundamentals bucket is my skill set, my execution skill set of what I'm trying to do. Right? The clarity, the cleanliness, the accuracy, and then ultimately the speed at which I can do these things. And speed is kind of a misunderstood word in guitar player world because we just, we think of speed as being shred, and it could be that, for sure, if that's what's interesting to you. But it may not be. Speed is also relative. We're talking about music, and there's fundamentals about music, right? Speed can also mean, here's a song that I'm going to be improvising over, and the song is at 130 beats per minute. So when I go to start improvising over the top, I have to acknowledge the tempo at which this song is going to do things that I'm going to do, be it things that I'm doing at a quarter note speed, an eighth note speed, a 16th note speed. Right? People forget that. Like they just think, oh, it's in the key of G, so as long as I know something about G on the fretboard, I'm good to go. Well, that's part of it. But if you haven't figured out the speed at which you can do something, that's where the whole thing starts breaking down, is you're not able to play along with whatever this is. We don't have to play along with the 128th notes the whole time. That's not what I'm saying. But I always tell people that when it comes to improvisation, one of the most important functional elements is the eighth note. Because if you're going da 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 da, you're here. Think about this. Let's do something with a straight groove. So if I was doing dun 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 right there. So here's my song's going at this speed. Here's my quarter note. So my eighth note is going da 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 da. My 16th note is going da 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 da. 16th note's going to be a challenge to try and improvise. Oftentimes with 16th notes, we try and develop licks or patterns or things like that will play at that speed. It's something that we've been working on. Again, rudimentarily, right? The eighth note is what I'm going to improvise with. Da-da, bum, bum, ba-da-da, da-da, dum, ba-da-da, dun. Maybe go into the little 16th note. So my skills aren't just based on what I can see, but it's what I can execute skillfully. And speed, tempo, is always something that we have to keep in mind. So you don't have to just think, well, I don't want to be a shredder. The other part of this is it's not about shredding. It's about connecting to the music. So that's the fundamentals rudimentary bucket. You making choices on what needs to be done on a daily basis so you can run a marathon. Okay? The second bucket we're going to talk about is going to be the theory and fretboard visualization bucket. Okay? I think this is really important. Learning how to visualize something and understand what it is, right? How does it work? What can I understand about this situation? So with the theory and visualization bucket, the beauty of this bucket is that you don't necessarily have to be around your guitar to work on this bucket. You might be traveling. You might be at the office or be at work or whatever it might be, and you've got some free time to simply think, to look at a piece of paper, visualize, and think about what it is that you want to do, okay? So for me, that was always something I would do, like in school when I'd have a study hall or something. I would study my scale fretboards, I would draw them out in study hall, and then I would, study things on this piece of paper. So by the time I got home, I could start working on the fundamental, the rudimentary, the execution of the things I was thinking of when I was sitting in study hall. So that's the beauty of that bucket. is that it can be done. Sure, it can be done with your guitar in your hands, but it very much can be done when the guitar is not in your hands. Okay, so we've got our fundamentals bucket, we've got our theory bucket. I always think, songs is another good bucket because learning other people's songs can be very helpful for you in deciding, what am I supposed to be doing here? Like, I need some new experiences. I need to learn how things, connect together. That might be a really good thing for me to learn. Or how can I use this in the real world? How does somebody approach this? So people always say things like, well, I get stuck and I don't feel very creative and I can't come up with new ideas. Well, that's what songs do, is they oftentimes will feed these creative ideas. You'll be like, oh, I never thought about doing that before. I've never seen that before. Or that's brand new. Very motivational for me to learn that thing. That's pretty cool. So song study is another thing that I think is really, really important. Now, song study might not have to happen every day. Now, if you're joining a band or something and you're learning how to play a set list, and that set list consists of 40 or 50 songs that you have to learn in a week and a half from today, well, that becomes your primary focus for your practice, obviously, and some of these other things are going to have to take a sidestep while you focus on these. So your practice routine, your practice regimen is sometimes kind of organic because it depends on what's going on in your life at the time. It's not always, what do I want to develop? Yes, I want that, and I wish I could have that every day. But then there's obligations that happen in my life where I might have to play with this band and I have to learn their songs. And so that becomes precedence because I don't want to not do a good job. If I don't do a good job, they probably won't ask me to do it ever again. So, that becomes priority for me while I'm getting ready to do this show with this band or whatever it might be, that I'm focusing on that. So the last thing I want to give you is what I refer to as the creative bucket or the real world bucket. And oftentimes, again, this is a bucket that may or may not be necessary for you depending on what your goals are. If what you do is play other people's songs, and this is not meant to be offensive at all, I'm just being honest. If you play in a band or something like that and you play the same stuff all the time and you do exactly the same thing all the time and you play a lot and you're making money or you're enjoying yourself, I think that's amazing, okay? But the truth is you're really not having to worry about the creative aspect of playing in this particular band because it's not really necessary for you. You've already got the plan, right? Now, you might be, making up your own solos or something like that, and that's the creative aspect of what you're doing in this band. And again, there you go. There's your creative outlet, and that's awesome. So the creative bucket for me is not just playing other things, but trying to learn how to put on the musician hat, not just the guitar player practice hat, but the performance hat. It's learning how to control yourself to where when you hear a musical situation that you are going to interact with creatively, you're not making decisions based on, well, I remember learning that lick and so I should play that. And then my brother showed me this thing about modes and mixolydian, so I got to use that too. And then yesterday I was trying to do this thing, so I'm going to put that in there. That isn't what it is. It's learning how to make proper choices that sound musical to the music situation that you find yourself in. Now, that definition can change for everybody. My definition of blues might be way different than your definition of blues. That's okay. But I have to work within the parameters of what my definition of blues is. So if I'm going to jam blues with somebody, I understand as soon as I start hearing the music, I understand what it's asking of me. And then I need to respond accordingly, whether it's on a B.B. King kind of level or a Joe Bonamassa kind of level or a Stevie Ray Vaughan kind of, whatever. I mean, that's what my guitar journey is about and what yours is about as well, is making those choices. I'm just saying, just because we can see things on the fretboard and just because we practice doesn't mean we're creative. Think about it that way. You've got to learn to be musical. You've got to practice learning how to be musical, how to connect with the music on a music level, if that makes sense. Hey, Steve Stine here, and in this guitar course, what I want to do is help you to better understand how to develop a practice routine, whether it be a daily practice routine, a weekly setup, whatever works best for you. But most importantly, is learning the things that you really should be focusing on at this point in your journey and the things that you might want to avoid. It's very easy to get overwhelmed with too much information at times when we're trying to practice and people just don't know what it is that they should be practicing. And that's what this is all about, is to help you better dial in all of that information and avoid some of the pitfalls as well. All right, so the first thing we want to do before we try and actually dig in and start developing your practice routine is to understand the information, okay? Now, you might be a beginner and you might be working on chords and strumming and some songs and things like that. You might be an intermediate player who's been playing for quite a while and you're learning how to solo and you're practicing scales and various different kinds of techniques. Or you might be songwriting and you're trying to develop your skills as a songwriter. You know, there's just so many different things that each and every one of us do that are maybe similar in some ways, but very different in other ways as well, depending on where we are in our journey. So what I want to do is give you sort of an overarching view of what to think about when you practice, okay? So the first thing we have to understand is, I always refer to these as buckets. What we're going to do is we're going to try and fill these various buckets of information pertaining to where we are in our journey, okay? So two things I want to start off with for you to understand. Number one is, try to work on materials that are relevant to where you are in your journey. Try and be careful not to just be working on anything and everything because somebody told you to, or because you read it, or you watched a video or something. And again, if you're enjoying what you're doing and you don't have a problem, then there's no problem. You can work on whatever you want. But if you find yourself questioning, what is it that I'm supposed to be doing and why am I doing it? That's what I'm here for, and that's what this guitar course is all about. So I'm never telling you you shouldn't do something unless you're having an issue. And if you are, that's where this comes in. So understand that if you're trying to develop some sort of a fundamental and functional practice routine, what you need to be focusing on is content that meets you where you are in your journey. Example, if I'm a beginner and I'm learning how to play some chords and I'm learning how to do some strumming, it doesn't make any sense for me to try and be working on some tapping licks. Yes, it might be fun, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But understand that the time that you're taking out to work on this particular thing means you're not working on something else. And if we can make what I call a logical path or logical connection with our practice, we can keep trying to take things that are core elements, I should say, to our practice and that are essential for our development, and then start adding things in a logical connection that makes sense along the path, okay? So that's the first thing that I want you to be thinking about. And the second thing I want you to think about is always be honest with yourself. Be honest with your practice. Be honest with the time you spend. Be honest with the quality of practice, the quality of output. When you play, you know, it isn't about whether or not we can impress somebody else with something that we know or knowledge that we have or ability that we have. It's, does it make sense to us and does it feel authentic to us when we're playing, okay? So as we start talking about using a metronome and scales and all these other things that we're going to talk about, the bottom line is it doesn't matter what speed I'm practicing at, what tempo I'm practicing at, or what elements that I'm using in my daily practice. What makes the most difference in terms of importance is that you're practicing with honesty in the things that you're doing, and you're doing it with some sort of a logical path, okay? So let's go ahead and get started here and just start developing these buckets a little bit. All right, so the first bucket that we get is what I call the core bucket, okay? It's the technique bucket. It's the fundamentals bucket. This is the bucket that contains all of the elements that we need to practice to get better at our guitar. It's a large bucket and there's a lot of information here, so we need to be careful. Now, in talking about this bucket, before we talk about that, what I want to do is I want to talk about the faucet that's sitting right over here that's dumping into this bucket, okay? You need to be careful with this faucet. Now, what's the faucet? The faucet is information, videos, audio, things that you read, right? Whatever it is that you're constantly inundated with, information that you're constantly inundated with. If you run this faucet for too long, this bucket is going to overflow, okay? There's going to be too much water in there, too much information in there. So, and if you don't run it enough, it's going to dry up. This bucket's not going to have any information in there, and you won't know what to practice, and you won't practice. So we need to balance out this bucket with information. Again, that's relevant to where we are in our journey, keeps us motivated, keeps us practicing, keeps us from getting bored, okay, which sometimes does happen because there's things that we need to do, rudimentary things that we do over and over and over again, that we have to do over and over again to develop, okay? But we can keep feeding fresh water in here if we need to. We just need to be careful because anytime we add something, chances are we won't have enough time for something else, right? So if you're like most people, you don't have 5 hours a day to practice. You have 20 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour or 2 hours or whatever it might be. But the rule that I have is that you practice on the days that you eat. That is the rule. You practice on the days that you eat. And as we go through these buckets, you'll realize that there are different ways of being able to practice, even if you're busy. Because the number one thing that I hear from people are what I'm going to call excuses. And it doesn't mean that you're not busy. Again, we're all busy. It's not who's the busiest, right? If you want to learn to play guitar and you want to develop a practice regimen, you've got to practice. Developing the regimen means nothing if you're not going to practice. So if you've already made the decision that you're not going to practice, how can you get better anyway, right? So you've got to find a way to set aside some time, whether it's in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, all three of those in shorter amounts, whatever it might be, but you need to make that happen. So this bucket is the technique bucket, okay? The core bucket, if you will. So this is where practicing chords, practicing strumming, practicing picking, various different kinds of picking things, whether it's scales or arpeggios or anything like that. Anytime your fingers or the guitar pick hits those strings and starts trying to make some sort of synchronicity happen between what's happening with this hand and what's happening with this hand, it's technique, okay? Any developmental elements of those things are technique and they belong in this core bucket, all right? So that's what our first bucket is. Our second bucket is the theory and fretboard development bucket, okay? Now, when I say theory oftentimes we get really confused because we're always thinking about music theory, and music theory is important. There's elements of theory that we really do need to know, okay, as we go. But again, it needs to fit in a logical, chronological order. If we don't know how to play any guitar and all we're going to do is for the next 5 years study music theory, that doesn't make us a guitar player, okay? We've got to find a good balance, and that's not always easy to do. But when this bucket that we're talking about right here, this second bucket, isn't just about music theory. It's also about your ability to visualize on the fretboard. Not play, but visualize. When you look down at your fretboard and you're going to think about the G chord, or you're going to think about the G major scale, or you're going to think about the D minor pentatonic scale, whatever it might be, okay? The C major arpeggio, okay? When you look down at your fretboard, your availability of being able to see that element in as much of the fretboard as humanly possible, okay? I always talk about playing with blinders on. Oftentimes when we play, we only know little snippets of information on the fretboard, or we know different places we can go, but once we get there, we can only play that thing. And then if we move somewhere else, we can only play that thing. What you want to do is get a nice open view of the fretboard and the movement of whatever it is you're trying to think about, how it looks across that fretboard, okay? That's what that bucket is all about, is being able to see that. Now, if you can see whatever it is we're talking about and you can understand it, which is the music theory, that is a wonderful connection. That is a logical, wonderful connection, okay? It just doesn't always work that way, but that also exists here. So if we're talking about seeing the C major arpeggio all over the fretboard, okay, or the C major chord you could think of, all across the fretboard, and we know that the chord consists of C, E, and G, the root, third, and fifth, okay, and we can visualize that and understand that as we're seeing this across the fretboard, that's a great connection, okay? Again, it doesn't mean you have to have all that information. You could see it without understanding it, okay? But again, this is your path. I just want you to understand how this works. Another thing that I always throw into this bucket is ear development, ear training. Because ear training is something that we do when we listen. We could be in the car listening. We could be at work listening. We could be in study hall listening, okay? There's lots of different times that we can listen. We just need to be careful because we can't make our daily practice nothing but listening, right? And there's a difference between ear training and casually listening to the radio, Okay? We need to make that distinction. Just like there's a difference between staring at a fretboard and trying to visualize something on that fretboard, or just looking at a picture of a guitar because I want to buy a new guitar or something. Again, being honest, it all comes back to that every single time. So as I'm doing this, as I'm ear training, what I'm trying to do is listen for something. Can I tell the difference between a major and a minor chord? Was that a minor chord? Was that a major chord? What key does this in? Is it in a major key? Did I hear a 1, 4, 5? Does that solo sound like it's pentatonic or diatonic, right? Did I hear some licks in there, right? I'm trying to make an identification, verse, chorus, bridge. There's all kinds of things that we can do with ear training as well. And again, those things exist within this bucket. All right, and the next bucket that I have is song study. Now, why does songs get its own bucket? Because songs sort of encompass all of these things that we've talked about up to this point. A song has elements of the core bucket, the fundamentals bucket, most certainly, chords and strumming and single note picking and memorization, all these different kinds of things. And it also has elements of the fundamentals bucket, being able to visualize things and memorize things across your fretboard relative to that particular song, okay? So songs bucket is very, very important. And the wonderful thing about the songs bucket is it gives us a direct connection to the music that we love, okay? You didn't grab the guitar and start playing because you wanted to learn music theory. You grabbed the guitar and started playing because there was some music out there that you loved and you went, I want to be able to do that, okay? For me, it was Kiss and AC/DC and Led Zeppelin and Jimi Hendrix and all these different things. Those were the things that I was listening to when I was younger. And I went, man, I want to be able to play that. I want to be able to play Stairway to Heaven. I want to be able to play whatever. And so when I first started experiencing being able to actually play those on my guitar and make a connection to that music, it was a really wonderful experience. It motivated me even more to want to explore those first two buckets. And the fourth bucket is the creativity or real world bucket. This bucket is so important because what it is the truth. It's the reality of our playing. It's all those other buckets coming together in a real situation. Playing with a band, playing with a neighbor, playing with a relative, whatever. Making music with somebody else. Improvising to a jam track, right? Different kinds of things like that. These are really wonderful. Now, sometimes we can have a bit of a real-world experience with jamming with songs from our songs bucket as well. But in the creativity bucket, we're taking it even a step further where maybe what we're going to do is we're going to play that song, but we're not playing it with the actual song. We're going to get together with a drummer, or we're going to get together with another guitar player. We're going to get together with a singer, or we're going to record ourselves singing and playing at the same time, right? Or jamming to a drum track. I mean, there's a million things we could do. But it's taking all of this information that we've been studying and putting it into a real situation for us to experience and for somebody else, hopefully, to experience by watching us or listening to us. So that bucket is very, very, very important. And I think a lot of people, they just don't spend enough time there. They spend so much time in that first bucket all the time, trying to develop scales and licks and speed and all these things. And again, they're all wonderful if they're meeting you where you are. But you could be the fastest, strongest, smartest player in the world, but if you can't jam with people, you're never going to play with anybody. Now, again, I get people oftentimes that will say, well, I don't have any interest in playing with other people anyway. Be honest with yourself, like I said in the beginning, okay? You got to check that, because I'm not talking about being a rock star. What I'm talking about is making music with other people, even if it's just playing in church, playing in your garage. But having the experience of playing with other people. And I have seen this time and time again where I've had students, private students, groups, clinics that I've traveled around and taught at, where I get people to play together and they go, oh my gosh, that was an amazing experience. I never thought I would like that, but I loved it. So bringing all of this information into a real place and putting a smile on somebody's face and enjoying and experiencing that music for both you and the listener is a phenomenal thing. So it is very much a bucket that we want to talk about. Now, before we get started in developing your practice routine, there's just some things I want to go through for you. First thing is we're going to try and organize this journey for you. And again, I can only do so much from this side, but I'm going to give you a lot of different ideas of things to think about to develop that. So what you want to do is on your end, you want to organize your thoughts. You want to really think about where you are in your guitar journey, what you're struggling with and why, what you're successful with and why. And it's really important to think about those successes too, because you can't really attach what I call fringe things. You can't attach those fringe elements to what you're already doing if you can't acknowledge what it is that you're doing well. Because people just oftentimes just have a really terrible negative depiction of themselves, where they're not good, but they don't really go into why they feel that way. So if you're going to look at the things that you really want to be able to do, you also have to look at what you can do. And then we need to assess how far away are the things that you want from where you are. This is the logical path that I was talking about before. If you're just learning how to play an A chord and that's where you're at, but you want to learn how to play Eruption by Eddie Van Halen, that's not a logical connection, right? It just isn't. Again, I'm not saying that you can't learn some element of it and feel good about yourself. What I'm saying is, for a 10-year stretch of learning how to play the guitar, there's no relevant connection between those two things, okay? We need to make connections. Again, I feel like I need to say this, but that doesn't mean you can't step outside this thing I'm developing for you or helping you develop and practice little random things. You can do whatever you want. It's your guitar. It's your life. Do whatever you need to do. What I'm saying is I get a lot of people that come to me on a regular basis and say, I don't know what I should be doing. I don't know what I should be practicing. That's what we're trying to accomplish right now. So the more we can make things connect, if we can make a fringe element, which means something kind of on the outside, but we can see it in our path, it makes logical sense that we could start working on that, okay? And again, if you're honest with yourself, you could really look at some of these things and go, I really want to do that, but it doesn't make sense to take the time on that right now. What makes sense is I really need to develop A, B, and C before I worry about X, Y, and Z, right? So think about that a little bit. Next thing you want to think about when you're organizing yourself is the tasks that you're trying to focus on, okay? Overarching tasks. I need to learn how to play my chords and strum before I start trying to worry about picking, right? Which is true. In my opinion, it's very true. Learning to develop a groove, learning to be able to play rhythm is way more important than your soloing skills, okay? Because when you play with other people in the real world bucket, right? 97, 98, 99% of that song is strumming and chords on some level. And then there will be some picking things or some solo or whatever. And yes, there might be songs here and there that have a lot of picking, which is great. But then there's going to be chords. I couldn't name you a single song that doesn't have chords in some capacity. Okay? Now, again, I'm not trying to get into an argument with you about this. Just understand that it's important. So don't keep trying to, make yourself believe something that isn't true. You need those fundamentals, and we need to build upon those fundamentals. Now, if you've already developed those, like I meet people sometimes that have learned their chords, but they don't really know their chords. So when they get nervous, they don't know where B flat is, or they don't know where whatever is, whatever it might be. Or if I say 165, they don't know what that is, or they only know it in a particular key. Okay, these are things that will halt our ability to move forward, right? We have to be careful with these sorts of things. So knowing what the task is at hand is really, really important for you, okay? The next thing is just really being able to, like I said before, assess your pluses and your minuses and then build off of those, okay? It's important for us to stay inspired. Sometimes what we need to do is, as we're working on these things, I remember being a kid learning about chords, but wanting to play, just these amazing solos by people that I listened to, but I couldn't make that connection. I wasn't there yet. So I had to just pace myself and understand that it's going to take a little while. So to listen to those songs was inspiring to me, even though I couldn't play them. Now we have videos, we have all of this new technology that we didn't have when I was learning how to play. We can stay inspired. We can go to shows. We can talk to people, whether it's in person, whether it's in a social group, like the GuitarZoom community, whatever it might be, to stay motivated, to keep ourselves motivated. Even for help sometimes. Maybe we're frustrated with something and we need to rethink the way we're doing something, and somebody will say something and we'll go, oh, I never thought of it that way, okay? So being challenged in certain ways is not a bad thing unless it's always overwhelming you, okay? And this is, again, why I want to take just a few moments to talk to you about this. People get so frustrated and so down on themselves, especially nowadays with social media, it's hard to get anywhere. And so you need to understand that you need to give yourself a break. You will never be this person or this person or this person because you're you. It's impossible for you to be anybody else. You cannot be, insert the name of the guitar player that you love. You'll never be them. Okay, they're already them. And they'll never be you. They'll never be whatever. So what we have to do is develop you. That's the most important thing. And make the best you that we can with the amount of time that you're willing to give this instrument and the amount of organization that you're willing to do to make this a more effective practice routine. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and give you an overarching idea of how your week could go, but please understand that you can adjust this as needed, depending on how much time you have to practice and what your goals are, where you're at in your journey, that sort of thing. But let's start with day one. Let's say Monday is day one. So Monday would be a great time to do a core day, okay? Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to try and work on those fundamentals from that core bucket, that fundamentals bucket. So what we're going to do is we're going to do fundamental basics, okay? Whatever those are, whether you're learning, which again, we're going to get into some different ideas. I'll give you some things after this. But maybe you need strength training, or maybe you need some synchronicity, or maybe you're trying to learn how to play a scale, or maybe you're just learning how to play some chords and you need to work on bouncing back and forth between those. Whatever the physical element is of putting your fingers on the guitar and making those moves, this is a great day to spend half of our hour. Now, I'm going to put this into hours for us. So 1 hour a day is what we're looking at. If you have to do less, you have to do less. If you can do more, you can do more. You can double these or half these, whatever it is that you need to do. But the most important thing, like I said earlier, was make sure that you're getting all of the core elements. I shouldn't say core because that refers to that bucket, but the necessary elements that you need on your journey. And make sure you don't take more than 2 or 3 days to come back around to those because you're going to forget what they were. So I've set this up in a daily routine where every few days you're going to be doing the same sorts of things. That way you don't lose any of these, okay? You don't lose any of the skills that you're working on. So on this day, we're spending half that time, 30 minutes on that fundamentals bucket, developing those chords, developing that scale, developing that picking technique, developing that sweep, whatever it is that you want to fill with this 30 minutes. Now, it doesn't just have to be one thing. You're not just going to work on one chord or one scale necessarily, but it depends on where you are. Like every day that I wake up, I don't go through every single thing that I've ever learned in terms of picking because it would take up 12 hours of my day, right? So that doesn't make any sense. There are elements that I have developed, but there are certain elements that I know I need to play on a regular basis or to practice to keep my chops up, okay? I don't have to practice the G chord anymore. I know the G chord. And through songs and real world situations and things like that, I'm playing the G chord anyway, okay? So think about it that way a little bit as we develop these. Again, we're just kind of moving through the pyramid here. So now we're developing our day one, which is our core day. So those fundamentals, that's 30 minutes, okay? Then we're going to take and move into the theory and the fretboard bucket. We're going to spend 10 minutes in there. So we're going to take 10 minutes out of our day and we're just going to be studying something. Is it a chord? Is it a scale, right? A scale position, whatever it might be. Is it the cage chording system? What is it that you need to spend some time really just sitting there studying for a while, okay? And then we're going to take the last 20 minutes of this and we're going to spend in the songs bucket. So we're going to take these tools that we're utilizing and we're going to find some songs that are appropriate, that are logically connected to the information that we're learning, okay? So if you're learning how to do some single note picking, some alternate picking, for instance, you need to find a song that utilizes alternate picking. If you're learning how to play open chords, we need to find a song that utilizes those open chords. If you're learning how to play bar chords or power chords or palm muting or whatever the technique might be, we want to find some songs that reflect these elements that you're currently working on, okay? So that's going to be our day number one. All right, so day number two, what we're going to be doing is a development day. So we're going to spend a little more time with the fretboard, okay? Now, we still need our fundamentals. Every day we should be doing some element of fundamentals, our core element. So today we're doing 20 minutes of that, okay? So it might be some of the same stuff we did yesterday. It might be some other things that we need to focus on. If you've been playing a while and you've got a full plate of material, This might be a good day to do some other elements of your fundamentals, okay? If you're reinforcing something that you need to do every single day to develop it, hey, that's cool too, okay? So we got 20 minutes of that. But today we're going to be spending 20 minutes studying that fretboard. So today is going to be a really great day to really dig in and start learning to visualize those scale positions, that new scale that you're learning, those sweeps, whatever it is, those chords, bar chords, open chords, whatever it might be. We really want to learn to see those across the fretboard. And this day we've got a little extra time to do that. So you turn off the TV, you turn off the phone, you turn off social media, all those sorts of things, and you focus and you really, really study your fretboard for 20 minutes, okay? And then we're going to head to our songs bucket, which again is reinforcing our core elements anyway. We're going to spend 20 minutes working on songs, whatever those songs are. Maybe they're the same songs from yesterday. Maybe we have a few other songs that we didn't get to yesterday that we need to focus on today. If you play in a band, it's a great opportunity for you to really try and focus in on developing those songs. Maybe you've written some songs already and you really need to try and reinforce those because you're going to be recording them, whatever it might be. All right, on day 3, we're going to get a bit more creative. So we're going to be moving into that creative bucket a little bit more. That doesn't mean we don't want to step up on those fundamentals. So today, we've got 10 minutes. We've got even less today, okay? But we're still focusing on the core elements that we really need to make sure that we're doing. Today, we're only going to spend 10 minutes on the fretboard, okay? And then we're going to spend 20 minutes again on those songs. I firmly believe in developing songs because songs utilize all of the elements that you should be working on. Now, if you feel like you don't have that many songs to be doing these, maybe you spend a little more time in your core or fundamentals bucket. That's entirely up to you, okay? But then here, what we want to do is really spend a little time in that creative bucket, okay? So if you have a creative bucket, if you're not there yet, we can work on some of the other elements that we've talked about before too. Again, you've got to develop this around you, but we want to make sure that we're working through that creative bucket. Maybe we're improvising over a jam track, right? Or maybe we're writing a track and we're trying to figure out how to put together the chords, whatever it might be. But this is our real world bucket here, okay? So this isn't jamming with our friends. That happens when we get together with them, right? But we're prepping for that jam. That's really what we're trying to do. Maybe we're learning songs for a particular situation, or we're working on a riff that we need to learn. Or again, we're working on improvisation in some level. Maybe it's G, C, and D, but we want to play the G, C, and D chords somewhere else on the fretboard. Or we're creating a little motif, instead of playing the chords G and C and D, maybe what we're doing is we're taking the G chord and we're trying to make some sort of a... Then D comes up. And then C comes up and we go back to the D. And then G comes up. So we're learning how to do something like that. You see, that's where all this stuff comes together. Now, days 4, 5, and 6 are going to be a repeat of 1, 2, and 3. So 1 and 4, 2 and 5, 3 and 6 are going to be repeats. Now, if you feel like you need to readjust this at all to have a little more time for whatever it might be, that's perfectly fine. My point is, don't just practice fundamentals for an hour every day and then you're done. Okay, you need to make sure you're spending time with these other buckets as well, and don't just leave them out. Notice how I had a little less time with the creative bucket simply because a lot of people aren't there yet. If you're already far enough in your journey where you need to be spending a lot more time in that creative bucket, you need to reassess these days and decide what it is that you want to do. And again, in the next section of this course, I'm going to be giving you some different ideas of how to approach these buckets and see what works best for you. Now, the 7th day is a great day to relax a little bit, and this is when we're going to turn back on that initial faucet. We're going to make some assessments here. We're going to decide, is everything that we've got sitting out in front of us that we're practicing the right stuff? Or is some of this not really working with the logical connection that we've got here? Do we need to think about maybe getting rid of this song and trying something else? Or are we bored with this song and it's time to try and refresh this with something new? We turn on that faucet and find something new to put in there to take the place of that thing. Maybe the new song still has those same chords or still has alternate picking or whatever it is you're looking for. It's just something different to keep you motivated, and that's perfectly fine. Just don't turn that faucet all the way on and take everything that you've got and wash it all away unless you need to. Unless you're looking at this going, none of this is working for me, I really need to reassess myself, my journey, my guitar playing, where I am, what I'm doing, okay? What am I good at? And again, I'm not saying great, I'm not saying iconic. What I'm saying is, what is it that I feel like I have control of, right? Even if it's something that seems minimal to you, isn't minimal, right? I can strum this strumming pattern and I can play these chords. Okay, well, that's a step in the right direction. Now we have something that we can start building upon, right? Adding these fringes to. So that's something that we need to think about a little bit, okay? The questions of what you're going to add, again, everybody that would watch this video, these guitar courses that I make, everybody's always on a different journey, right? Everybody's in a different place. That's why it's important for you to think about where you are, what it is that you need, and what you might need to let go of. Also, if you've got extra time after that assessment, practice whatever your mood is. If you feel like practicing some technique, great. If you feel like practicing something that's more creative, do that, okay? Day 7 is a great day to reflect, to reassess what we're doing, and then to just kind of go with what feels best at that moment, or maybe what it is that we know we really need. Maybe we've got a deadline coming in. We really need to spend some time with whatever that is. So that's a great thing to do on day 7. All right, so that gives you a very general idea of how to approach these if that's something that you need to set up your practice routine, okay? And again, please understand you can always readjust. If I've got a singer-songwriter that's learning about chords and songwriting, and I've got a shred guitar player over here, they are looking for entirely different things out of the guitar. They should not be practicing the same things. There may be a little overlap here and there, but their goals and their paths are very, very, very different, okay? The guitar player that's trying to learn how to play really fast and the guitar player that's over here that doesn't have any interest in learning how to play speed licks should not be practicing the same things. This is why you really need to think about what your goals are and how you're going to attain those goals and how much time you're willing to spend to achieve those goals, right? We're talking an hour a day. If you're talking 20 minutes a day, that's okay, but you're going to have to really reassess what you can actually get done in 20 minutes, right? It's hard to get much done in 20 minutes. So you just have to be realistic. And that's okay. It doesn't mean that you can't still learn how to play. Of course you can. But you can't be expecting to become the next Eddie Van Halen with 20 minutes a day. It's not going to happen, right? It's okay. It just depends on what it is you're looking for. If you have 3 hours to spend a day, you have to really make sure that you're organizing your practice routine, because oftentimes what happens when people have a lot of time on their hands is they spend a lot of time picking and meandering and noodling and all these different things, where if you really did have 3 hours a day, you could really plan a lot of that out and go, boy, I could pretty much accomplish all of these buckets on a daily basis. So what is it that I'm really working on from that fundamentals bucket that I need to do? And maybe I'm spending an hour a day just in that fundamentals bucket alone. Or I'm, playing in a band and we're writing our own music. I need to spend a lot of time in that creative bucket and really learn how to write songs, really learn how to improvise, those sorts of things. All right, so one of the most important things for you to get ready to have a good practice is understanding whether or not you're going to be using a metronome. Now, sometimes you do not need a metronome, but oftentimes people struggle with how to actually use a metronome, and so I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that. In order to do that, what we need to do is understand some real basic fundamental theory in terms of note quality or note duration. So we have what we refer to as whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, eighth notes, and 16th notes. And what we really want to focus on are the quarter notes and the eighth notes. But let's just go through how this works. So if I was doing whole notes, what I would do is I would play something and hold it for 4 beats. So I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or a note. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I was doing half notes, it would be half of that. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? If I was doing quarter notes, it'd be half of that. Okay? So what I want you to notice is every time we move up in this food chain, so to speak, we just go twice as fast as the last thing. So a whole note got 4 beats. A half note only gets 2 beats. A quarter note only gets 1 beat. So you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. An eighth note would get half of that. Okay, so now you're going to be doing 2 for every beat. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Those are eighth notes. Now, for a guitar player, what's crucial to understand is when you get to the eighth notes, you're either going to continue strumming them down like I just showed you, or you might make the transition to start doing down ups because we have ups available when we play as well, which you may know, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So I could do that exact same thing, but go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And what that enables me to do is to go a lot faster, being able to utilize downs and ups. We call that alternate picking. Okay, so then we move to 16th notes would be twice as fast as that. So 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4, and you're going to find out when we get to 16th notes, it becomes a lot harder to go 1 E and a 2 E and a 3 E and a 4 E and do them all down. That's where down ups or alternate picking, or alternate strumming in this case, becomes crucial. So as we speed up, as we continue to make our beat faster, at some point we're going to have to try and make the transition to doing down ups as opposed to just downs. Now, this is a problem for people oftentimes when they're trying to practice is when to make that transition. And it kind of depends on two things. Number one, what feels comfortable to you. And number two, what gives you the sound that you want. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, sometimes when we play, we like that down. That down sound as opposed to. It sounds more aggressive when we're doing those downs, okay? But even if we want that, at some point, we're not going to be able to do those downs anymore. If I started playing. Okay, there's no way I could do that as down picking. There's no way anybody on the planet could do that as down picking because it's just humanly too fast. So please understand that that's what we're dealing with. I don't care about really the terms whole note, half note, quarter note, eighth note, 16th note, although we do need to understand that, okay? But most importantly, I want you to understand that every time what you're doing is you're just elevating to a speed that's twice as fast as the last speed. So let's talk about speed for a second. The other thing that we're always battling when we're playing songs or exercises or whatever it is that we're doing is tempo, which is the speed at which the song is moving, okay? Now, for you and I right now, what we need to learn how to do is utilize what we call a metronome. And all I did was I went out to Google and I typed in the word metronome. And when you do that, you get a metronome right on your web browser. So you can go out and buy a metronome if you want to. You can get one for, an app for your phone or whatever it is that you'd like to do. It's perfectly fine. For our purposes right now, I literally just went out and typed in metronome and it didn't cost me a penny. So it pops up at 100 beats per minute. Now, what does that mean? It means that it's going to click 100 times in a minute, 100 beats per minute, okay? Now, it's a great place to start. You're going to have to figure out what tempo, what speed, what tempo is best for you for whatever it is that you're working on. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of examples here, but it's very important to think about that. So let me play this for you. So the first thing for me to make sure, I got to make sure everything's running. The first thing for me is to make sure that I can feel that beat before I ever try and play along with anything. A song, a jam, anything. I want to know what the beat is. I want to know what the groove is. So as I'm listening to this, I'm thinking about that. Now for me, oftentimes what I do is depending on the beat, depending on the tempo of that beat, okay, I often in my brain will start thinking, here's what we have. It's about where we are. I'll start thinking, I'm subdividing in my head because it makes it easier for me to feel. And think of it this way. If I was playing a beat that was going bump, 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 it's so slow that it's hard to tell where each one is. But if I take that and I start thinking bump, 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 and start subdividing in my head, all of a sudden I can start feeling that. I might even think, bump, bump. And now all of a sudden it doesn't feel like, a beat out on its own island, right? Where it's so slow you can't feel those. So I'm not saying that you have to do that. What I'm saying is that's what works for me. So as I'm listening to this metronome, whoop, there we go. That feels comfortable to me, okay? So if we think about that a little bit, let's keep going. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize that and decide what it is. Now we're going to get into the techniques. Those come next. We're going to start breaking down the core bucket, the technique fundamentals bucket, okay? But I'm just showing you how to use the metronome here. So as I'm listening to this metronome at 100, let's say I was working on strumming, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm just practicing down strumming. And what I'm trying to do essentially is two things. I'm trying to line up to the metronome, and more importantly, I'm trying to feel the beat. I'm trying to get my body, my arm, my strum, my pick, everything to be synchronized to the beat of that metronome to the point where I don't even really hear the metronome anymore. I'm locked in and I can feel it as I play. That's what I'm looking for. Now, let's say I was doing something, maybe I'm still strumming, but I'm trying to do, we'll call those quarter notes, right? Because I'm playing on each one of those beats. Those would be quarter notes. So let's say I started trying to do eighth notes, which is going to be 2 for each one, which is what I was thinking in my brain, right? So now what I start doing is either this, or you see? Now, again, the most important thing about this is understand that you might not be going 100 beats per minute. You might be going 80 beats per minute. Okay? You might be going 60 beats per minute. You might be going 130 beats per minute. It all depends on what it is that you are trying to do. What I always tell people is the first thing to try and do is play along with the metronome itself, with the quarter note that you are hearing. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, try and start there. Don't do doubles like I'm just doing right now. Don't confuse yourself. Just start with trying to do just whatever it is you're trying to do on that beat. If it works, but it feels too slow, just playing these. Whatever it is you're trying to do, if you're trying to use the metronome and you're trying to play on those clicks and it's too slow, guess what? You need to speed it up a little bit. You need to dial it in, okay? If you're trying to play on those clicks and it's too fast, then you're going to need to slow it down a little bit. Again, the most important thing, like I said at the beginning of this, is be honest. Don't try and be a hero. Be honest with yourself. That's how you're going to make headway with this whole thing. So if I decide that I'm playing on that beat and it's working great, okay, then what I can do is speed it up. Now, think mathematically here. If I keep trying to play on that beat, on those clicks, and I'm at 100, and I go up to 120, and it's still working, and I go up to 140, and it's still working. Now, I'm just being hypothetical here so you understand. I go up to 180, and it's still working. I'm still able to play on those clicks. I go to 200, and I'm still playing on those clicks. Understand, I could go then back to 100 and play eighth notes. Play 2 per click. Does that make sense? If I start at 100 and I'm playing 1 per click and I get all the way up to 200 and I'm playing 1 per click, I could go back to 100 and then play 2 per click, and it'd be the same as being at 200 playing 1 per click. Okay? So, and that's what I want to do because I want to start feeling the second beat even though it's not clicking. Bum, 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 bum. Okay? Now, again, if I get to 180, but I can't get to 200, if I get to 180, and I can do 1 per click. That's the same as doing 90, 2 per click. You see what I'm saying? Use a little math in there. It's okay to just play along all the way up to 200. It's okay. But at some point, you want to start feeling things at more reasonable speeds because you're going to play at 100 or 120 or 130 or whatever it might be, and you will do eighth notes, which is 2 per click. Okay? That's why quarter note and eighth note are just so important. Now, a 16th note, if you think about it, is doing 100, doing 2 per click, right? All the way up to 200, doing 2 per click, and then going back to 100 and doing 4 per click. That's how the mathematics of this work. Now that's where, again, it depends on where you are in your journey. Maybe you're already there. Maybe you're already doing that's 4 per click. Or whatever. Maybe you're going, right? I'm doing 4 per click. But that's my point is, if that's all confusing to you, you don't want to be doing that. It's going to be too much for you. Start by just doing 1 per click. Now again, we're going to get into all of these exercises, but I want you to understand the metronome and the importance of that metronome. If you can do that, you could do 2 per click. You could try 2 per click. Now, if I try 2 per click and I can't do it, again, what I'd want to do is go back to 1 per click and start speeding that up and figure out where I am. Okay? So learning to feel the beat is really important. Okay? Learning not only to feel the beat, but be able to count to that beat and line up with the beat. Rhythm, groove, all of those kind of things are just as important as anything that you learn on this fretboard. Okay? Because if you're going to play with human beings at some point, even if you're going to jam to a song, you've got to line up to that song. You know, if I'm playing whatever the song is, every song has a rhythm to it, right? Everything has a... You see what I'm saying? So we have to learn how to feel those things. And as a guitar player, the difference is at some point, we've got to make that transition from quarter to eighth, from eighth to 16th. And for us, the tricky part is that we've got to learn where our twist point is, where we move from just doing downs to doing down ups. For one of two reasons, either because we like the sound of it, or because it's necessary for us to be able to move to the next level. Okay? So if that makes sense to you, if you need to watch this a few times, that's perfectly fine. But as we move on here, what I'm going to start doing is giving you some examples of things that you can practice for each one of these buckets. They're merely suggestions of ideas that you're going to look at and go, that kind of pertains to me, only I need to do this. Or I need to do it at this speed, or whatever it might be, because all I can do for you is give you the tools, and we've already built out what our buckets are, what goes inside those, guesstimations of how much time we might want to spend each day. And again, all of these things can be varied depending on what works best for you, okay? But now what we're going to do is going to start digging in, and when we do that, I'm going to utilize the metronome and show you how I would use that metronome in my practice. And again, I'm not basing this off my practice, but how I would use it if I was teaching somebody chords or scales or finger exercises or whatever it might be, and how I would utilize that metronome. Now, the last thing I want to say before we move forward is I don't always use the metronome, right? If I'm trying to practice a particular technique that doesn't need the metronome, if I'm studying the fretboard, right, I don't need a metronome. If I'm trying to figure out the cage chording system on the guitar, right, I don't need a metronome for that. Okay, if I'm practicing tremolo picking, trying to focus on how fast I can pick, as fast as I can possibly go, I don't need a metronome for that. But if I'm trying to play at a particular speed, then I might need a metronome, okay? So it all depends. I'm just saying get used to being able to use one, because for me, a metronome is very much like a drummer that you do not have to pay, okay? That's what it is, because the worst thing that you can do is get together with other human beings and not be able to feel the beat. Like if the drummer starts playing, right? And you're like, I don't know. You've got to feel that beat and go, how am I going to approach this situation? Am I playing downs? Am I playing down ups? Am I fast enough at A, B, or C, whatever these things are? That's, again, this goes back to the first thing I told you when we started this course, is being intuitive, knowing what you can and cannot do, and then working on the things to keep making what you can do better and what you can't do on the table. Start making those things exist on the table, keeping everything in a nice chronological order, something that's a logical connection, logical path, right? All of these things are very important for you. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with some ideas. All right, so what I'm going to do is start trying to build out some ideas for you. We're going to call these paths. Path number 1, path number 2. And again, they're not going to fit ideally into exactly what you need, but at least it'll give you an idea of how you could approach sort of a well-rounded idea for a daily practice, finding the one that kind of suits you best. You might pick a little bit out of path number 3 and add it into path number 4 or wherever it is that you are. But again, it's just giving you some ideas to think about. So path number 1 is going to be a beginner path. Let's say path number 1 is for somebody who's just starting playing, maybe has never played before or is just trying to figure this thing out. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about some of the core elements, some of the fundamental elements like chording, right? Strumming, things like that. Things that are fundamentally very important that are hands-on. So if you're learning how to play a chord, now, as we move into some of these other paths, we're going to talk about other chords that are options as well. But just always remember that if you're working with something static like a chord, G, D, a bar chord, C, whatever it might be, okay? There's a great technique that you can practice that's called bouncing. And what you do is you make that shape, you make that chord, and what you do is you pick it up and then you set it back down. Again, all the time concentrating, thinking about what it is that you're trying to do. I've made this G chord. What I need to do is train this hand to make that chord as clean and as fast as possible, as accurately as possible, as fast as possible. And the way I can do that, this is the mistake I made when I was a kid. I would make a chord, I was reading out of a book, and then I would strum it. Okay? Now again, that's fine. But this hand, the chording hand, isn't really learning how to make that chord when I make the chord and then I strum it for 5 minutes. Okay? It can certainly work on my strumming, which we'll get to, but really to develop this chord, what I need to do is train myself to be able to pick my fingers up and then set them back down. Pick them up and then set them back down. Now, it's not how fast I can do it, it's how well can I do it? How accurate can I be? Because the more confident I get, the more comfortable I get, the more accurate I get, the faster I will get, okay? So one of the biggest struggles that people have when they first start learning how to play is making these chords and then switching them. Well, the reason, again, if we were being honest with ourselves and really assessing what it is we're doing, is something in that progression of chords isn't working. If I'm trying to go from G to D, for instance, and I keep, screwing up when I go to my D chord, I might need to stop and look at myself and go, hey, do I need more work with my D chord, right? That's what I need to be thinking about. So I'm going to practice bouncing, picking my fingers up, setting them down, picking them up, setting them down, picking them up, setting them down. And all the while, what I'm doing is I'm looking at my guitar, I'm watching, I'm concentrating, I'm looking at my arm, I'm looking at my thumb, I'm looking at my fingers. I'm concentrating on what it looks like, what it feels like. Again, I don't want to be watching the news and doing this, okay? Because I'm not concentrating. I'm not getting the full effect, okay? Don't believe the lie about multitasking. Multitasking just means you're doing a bunch of things and you're not doing them as good as you should be doing them. That's what multitasking is, okay? Focus on one thing at a time. Give it your full attention, okay? Do the best you can as you practice on the days that you eat, right? So I'm practicing this G chord, or I'm practicing this A chord, okay? I've decided that the A chord, using these 3 fingers doesn't work, but using these 3 fingers does work because there are other options for chords, right? things like that. So I've decided that this A chord works better. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to practice bouncing it, picking it up, setting it down. Okay, so that's a core fundamental practice. Once I get comfortable with that chord, let's say I'm going to learn a song that has 3 chords in it. Okay, 3 chords means 2 different motions. Chord to next chord, that chord to the other chord, right? Or maybe three options. G to C, G to D, C to D, right? Those are all things that I need to practice. So I call that lifting and shifting when you practice going from G to C. G, C. Now, it doesn't make any sense to practice this if I haven't developed my C. I need to just practice C, or I haven't developed my G. But that lift and shift is very, very important to whatever it is I'm going to be doing. Because again, these chords are going to exist forever. I'm going to be playing these chords. So I need to learn them, and I need to get good at them, and I need to get fast at them. So this is a daily fundamental practice element that you can work on with your open chords. G to D, or excuse me, G to D, G to C, C to D, whatever it is, over and over and over. But don't lift and shift if you haven't already developed the first chord that you're trying to work on. Okay, very important to think about that. All right, so we've got our chords that we can do, our bouncing, our lifting and shifting, that sort of thing. Absolute daily fundamental practice that we could be doing in this path number 1. Another thing that we should be practicing is rhythm. We should be developing our ability of being able to strum. And I use a technique what's called scratching. And what that is I touch all 6 strings at the same time, deaden the sound. Okay, I'm not pushing on these strings, I'm just touching them. You see? And I can develop my strumming, okay, by doing this technique called scratching. I love to teach this to people because this way, we're not trying to combine our chords and combine our strumming too early. We need to develop those chords before we ever worry about strumming. But vice versa, we need to develop strumming if we're going to try and actually move chords at the same time. So these are 2 things that you can do on a daily basis with your fundamentals practice. So what I'm trying to do is develop my strum to where as I strum, I don't have to strum fast. You know, I don't have to do that. But when I do strum, what I want to avoid is the Pac-Man. And what that is when you strum and it sounds like this. And you strum really slow. What you want to do is make the ear think that you're strumming all 6 strings at the same time, even though it's not possible to do. Okay, you're strumming the 6th string before you ever strum the 1st string. But if you strum it fast enough, the ear hears it all as one thing. And that's what you want to get used to being able to do. So if I start my metronome now, I've still got it set at 100. And I just start practicing strumming along. Okay? Now, I don't need the metronome when I'm feeling around, when I'm trying to figure out how this feels. Do I have the right guitar pick, right? I mean, again, who knows? You might choose this guitar pick this week, and then next month you're using something different, and hey, so do we all, okay? But again, you want to start figuring that out about yourself. So as you're strumming, does that pick feel comfortable? Does that strum sound smooth right as you play? Does it have a dynamic consistency to it? So sometimes it isn't really, really soft and then really, really loud unintentionally, right? Those are things you want to start thinking about, is keeping that consistency as you're playing. Now, as you do this, you might start adding some up strums in. Again, maybe not in this first path. Maybe later you're going to be doing that, but I want you to be thinking about that. So maybe you start doing something like this. Again, we talked about that earlier. So I'm doing 2 per click. I'm doing what's called 1/8 notes. Down, up, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and, right? That's what I'm working on. So this is another really great thing that you can do in this first kind of path to start developing your ability to strum. Now, maybe we're not ready for the songs bucket just yet. But what we can do that works out really great in this first path, maybe we are, okay? But maybe we're not. And so what works really great is to utilize this scratching technique in songs. So you turn on the radio or you put on a CD or a record or Spotify or whatever it is that you use, or YouTube, and you start listening and you figure out where you want to tap your foot. As you're listening to this song, you start tapping your foot or start tapping your leg or whatever it is. And as you do that, you start developing where you think that beat is, and that's where you start scratching. So now all of a sudden you're not using the metronome anymore, you're using real music. You're a big Rolling Stones fan. I don't know if you are or not, but so you find a song that you like by them and you start listening to it. You listen to Gimme Shelter and you start tapping your foot. Or Honky Tonk Women and you start tapping your foot. And then you start scratching along, okay? So we're doing a song study in a way. We're doing ear training in a way by developing our ability to be able to listen and respond by playing along, you see? So sometimes it isn't just black and white which bucket you're dealing with, but it's understanding that the fundamentals that you're working on fit into these categories, okay? They're real world. They're real situations. It could even fit into that category if you think about it. So that's something to think about, is using songs to try and develop your down strumming or your down up strumming or whatever, okay? But you need to find the right songs. Make sure you don't choose something that's crazy, that's way too fast, or you can't feel, right? You can't tap your foot to. I mean, if you grab a, whatever Dream Theater song and it keeps shifting, time signatures, that's probably not the best one to start with, right? You got to start working your way into these sorts of things. Okay, another great thing that you can do in this path, number one, is just learning some basic fundamental theory. Learn some of your notes, right? Learn the notes on the staff would be a great thing to do. Start learning how to read chord charts, obviously, is a wonderful thing to do because you're reading chord or you're playing chords, right? Learn note names, learn note qualities, rest qualities, different kinds of things like that. Time signatures, right? Different kinds of things like that. Key signatures might be something that you might start on. Again, you don't have to overwhelm yourself, but these are just basic things that we utilize. Maybe what you start doing is the names of the notes in music, what we call the chromatic scale. Maybe that's a little bit too much right now, okay? But just thinking about some of these things as options in this first path. So when we get to our theory and fretboard bucket, and we're trying to practice some things, maybe we just choose, hey, I want to learn whole note, half note, quarter note, eighth note, 16. I want to learn what they look like. And I also want to learn their rests. Or I want to learn the notes on the staff, on the treble clef. I want to learn what the treble clef is, right? Some things like that might be really great places to start in this first path for that bucket. And finally, for this first path, another great thing to do would be some basic ear training, okay? Already talked about strumming along. That's a great idea, strumming along to some songs. Some other things that you could do is just be listening to some songs, right? Trying to deal with this real world bucket, listening and going, identifying a verse, identifying a bridge, identifying a chorus, right? Start counting along to the song, right? What I used to love to do with students is I would take a song, whatever song, something they're familiar with, and I would, instead of starting at the beginning, which I would, and have them count along, do that a few times, then what I would do is I would go to somewhere in the middle of the song and just start in the middle, and they'd have to listen and go, one, they'd have to find where the one is. These are great real world things that you can work on for listening to music, analyzing the music, working on your ear training, different kinds of things like that. All right, so now we're going to move on to another path, just another idea, another option for you. Maybe in this path, we've already developed our open chords and things like that. Maybe now what we want to do is we want to start learning some things about bar chords. Or maybe we're learning about power chords, right? Those would be great things to do here. And again, same rules apply. We can practice bouncing a bar chord, right? We can start practicing bouncing power chords back and forth, different kinds of things like that. It's a great time to be doing that sort of thing, okay? If you're working on fretboard memorization, this is a great time to start learning your notes on your guitar, okay? Learning the chromatic scale and what the notes are on your sixth string, so you can start learning where to go, right? So somebody says G major, you go here. Somebody says B minor, you go here, right? Somebody says D major, you go here. Maybe you've already done those, and now it's time to start working on some seventh chords. So you learn B7 or A minor 7, right? Again, not trying to get ahead of you, but just getting you to think a little bit about developing this practice routine for yourself. If you're not ready for the sevenths, you're just doing bar chords, regular bar chords, okay? Just something to think about a little bit. But we can still use the bouncing and the lift and shift to develop these sorts of things. And then what we can do is we can start playing along with those. So we start adding in rhythm strumming, right? Or we're playing a bar chord. Okay, so that brings us to the next thing. What about some strumming patterns? Okay, maybe what we start learning is a strumming pattern where it's telling us, again, we might be using open chords, we might be using bar chords, whatever we're doing. Okay, but maybe what we're doing here is we start developing this strumming pattern, so we're doing down, 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 up, down, up. Or one of my favorites is the down, down, up, down, up, down, down, up, down, up. Okay? We might take those rhythms, and instead of playing them as down, ups, we might decide, hey, I like that rhythm, but I want to give it a down feel. And I want to play it with a power chord. Okay, different kinds of things like that. So we're into a new camp of chord styles here in path number 2. Again, I'm just calling these path number 1, path number 2. We could spend a lot of time in path number 1 developing all kinds of open chords. We could be in path number 2 and still be working on open chords, but we're developing more of our rhythm. My point is just to give you a generalized idea of how to build out some of your fundamental, rudimentary chord bucket. Another really great thing to start developing here in this second path is more organic style strumming. Thinking about dynamics, how loud and how soft you're strumming. If I was to apply that to a chord, for instance, now I'm using the down, down, up, down, up strum I was just talking about, but notice how different it sounds as I'm adding in this dynamic. Maybe I'm using bar chords as well. Right? Different kinds of things like that. All of these things require development. In order to do what I just did, I've got to be able to lift and shift between these chords. I've got to know all these chords. I had to have practiced bouncing them, studying them on the fretboard, right? And now what I'm doing is I'm applying this strum to it. I'm applying a strumming pattern, and I'm adding some human element of dynamics to it, a real-world element of dynamics. Now, there's a thing I call ocean strumming or organic strumming. I call it either one of those. And basically what happens there is when you strum, instead of strumming a pattern, you're just strumming what feels right to you. So let's say, for instance, I went back to my metronome. I'm at 100 here. And what I want to do in this organic strumming is, instead of playing a strumming pattern, I'm just going to start moving my hand down and up, hitting all the notes, or excuse me, all the beats. Let me put it on here. You can hear that a little better. Okay? I'm just going to start hitting all those. And what I'm going to do is randomly start moving away from the strings and then come back in. Now, this isn't something I might have done in path number 1 because I'm just learning the basics of strumming. But maybe now I'm ready to start advancing that a little bit. I can't do this in chord at the same time, maybe, but I can practice it on its own. So I'm just randomly moving in and out. Okay, so listen. Now, at some point, I might start hearing something that I like. Dun, dun, da, da, dun, ba, da, da, dun. Okay? So I'm not thinking about 1E and a 2E at this point. What I'm doing is I'm just allowing the music to sort of take over. Now, sometimes strumming patterns are very, very important, and that's why I've talked about a couple of different ideas. You can study all kinds of, again, I can't show you 482 strumming patterns in this practice routine. You've got to decide, hey, I need some strumming patterns, so I need to grab some strumming patterns, right? Or I've already developed some strumming patterns. I need to learn how to strum more organically, right? These are options for you to try and decide. So as I'm playing, what I'm doing is I'm trying to feel it a bit more and start thinking about, instead of 1E and a 2E, I just start thinking about what feels right. Especially if I'm listening to a song and I'm trying to kind of play along with something that feels more like the song. Okay, let me start my metronome. Now, I don't have to not repeat something. I can repeat anytime I want. I can do whatever I want. But it's just learning how to feel something. So when I can start learning how to add those dynamics, the loud and soft stuff, to this organic strumming, all of a sudden it begins to sound more and more like real music. Now, I want to learn to apply that to the chords that I'm developing in path number 2 here. Okay, I want to start learning how to do this. So I might pick 2 chords that I know very, very well. G and D, whatever it might be. See what I mean? Now, as I'm organically strumming here, sometimes I'm starting on the down, sometimes I'm starting on the up, and I'm not paying any attention. It's just I am able to do that. Where some people, when they play, they have a hard time starting on an up. They always feel like they have to start on a down, right? And it's something that's built into us. So we have to get used to being able to allow our hand to move and be able to start on that up without it feeling weird. For me, my arm is literally like a metronome or a maraca, playing a maraca. That's the way I think about my arm as I play. I just move away and come back in whenever I feel like it. So the downs and the ups have no adverse impact on what it is I'm doing. They're just there, okay? So this is a great time for you to start exploring some of this kind of strumming if you've already developed real basic strumming from the first path, for instance. Just learning how to strum down, learning how to strum up, learning how to strum down and up, right? That sort of thing. Or maybe in the first path, you learned a few different strumming patterns, and now you're trying to explore more of this organic idea. All right, in path number 2 also is a great time to start developing some single note picking if you're there, okay? If you're not, don't worry about picking yet. You could still continue focusing on your chords and whatever it is you need, okay? But if you're ready, what you could do is just some basic picking techniques. Just learning how to do some down picking of a single string and maybe some alternate picking. So for instance, maybe what you do is you just start off doing something like this. So for instance, if I went back to my metronome here, started this. Now, what I try and do, and again, you could do this on acoustic, you can do this on electric, you can do it clean, dirty, whatever. But what I often like to do to clean this up is I'll use a technique called palm muting, which is another technique we can learn, right? So I'm taking the karate chop part of my hand here, I'm setting it right where the string and the bridge meet there. Okay, so I'm just laying across here. My pick goes here, and now as I play, I get that sound. And even palm muting, finding the right place to be, deciding how hard you want to press down, all of these different things are a practice in itself. So always remember, for every technique that I'm talking about, there's all of these sub-elements that you may need to study further. If you've never done palm muting, I'm not trying to brush over it. I'm just explaining to you how I would approach some of these practice elements in my playing, or if I was teaching it to somebody. So if you go, oh, I've never done palm muting before, boom, it's now on your radar. It's a fringe element that you're going to start adding in because it's time to learn this, right? So that's how I want you to use this course as we keep going. So let me start this again. Whoops. Okay. Now, as I feel that, again, in my mind, what I want to start doing is thinking, dun, 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 to keep it a little more straight for me. So what I might start doing is actually playing that if I'm ready. You see? Now, as I keep going, I've got this set at 100, but let's say you're further than that. Let's say you're already at 140. I'll just move it up a little bit here. So you start trying to do downs here at 140, eighth notes, 2 per click, right? But it's not really working for you. It's a little bit hard to do, okay? Well, you might want to back that metronome off, okay? But another thing you can do at this point is start exploring alternate picking, which is down-up picking. So what I do is I take my downs, see how I started adding the up in between the down? Dun, 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 down, 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 up, down. And again, it's at 140. 140 might be too fast for you. That's okay. You need to slow it down and figure out what works for you, okay? If you're not yet developed the GC, if you haven't developed G, C, and D, path 2 might not be for you. We might not be ready for this, okay? If you're still working on some power chords, again, these paths don't happen in a week. These paths that I'm talking about take a lot of time, and it's just an idea. It's just throwing you some ideas. But please understand, I've been playing for almost 40 years, and I still work on these things. So it's not like you learn them in a week or 2 weeks and then you move on to the next path and then you go. This is years of stuff, but it gives you ideas of things to think about. Okay, so now I understand how to approach alternate picking. I've learned how to down pick, but I don't really understand alternate picking. So what I need to do is find that spot on the metronome, whatever it is, okay? And I need to put in my downs and then start adding the ups in between. Let's say we go backward again. Let's say I went back to 120. Bum, 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 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... You see? So it gives me somewhere to start learning how to do down picking, how to do alternate picking. Be logical. If you haven't developed down picking, is now a great time to start doing alternate picking? Probably not. Okay? You need to spend some time with your down picking. Another great thing that you can do is with the down picking or with the alternate picking is try and find a song that utilizes that. Okay? So for instance, and again, you might not know anything else about the song except for that one part. Okay? So let me show you an example. Let's say we were doing Another Thing Coming by Judas Priest, okay? And it starts with this. And then it goes into the rest of the song. But you're not worrying about all of that. All you're doing is utilizing the song as a tool to start learning to go. Okay? Or we take Highway Star. Right? And again, you don't need to know the entire song. I'm not telling, this is something that's very, very important that I should explain to you. You will use songs to teach you elements as needed. You do not owe anybody to learn the entire song of Highway Star on path number 2. Okay? You're not going to learn Highway Star in path number 2. But you could use it as a device to practice palm muting. And there's lots of songs out there that you can do that to. Okay? You just have to start finding, a great thing to do is you go on to, whatever you use for a search engine, and you type up easy palm muting songs for guitar. Something like that. Easy open chord songs for guitar. Easy songs in the key of G for guitar. Whatever it might be. And you don't have to learn the whole song. Okay? You could use elements of the song. You listen to the song, right? That's what we talked about with real world, with ear training, things like that. Okay. Then you start practicing the fundamental elements of that song. Then you start trying to play along with that song to the best of your ability. If it fails, you don't go, I suck, I can't do this. You stop it and go, what's happening that I'm not able to play along with this? Do I need more work with the chords? Do I need to understand my strumming better? Do I need to listen to the song more? Is the song just physically too fast? Does it have too many chords? Does it have too many parts? Do I not know the song well enough? There's all these questions that you need to ask yourself. This is what organization is all about. All right, and finally in path number 2, again, just an idea. This might be a nice time, since you've been learning about down picking or alternate picking or whatever, this might be a nice time to start learning how to play just a basic idea of a song. Right? Whatever, something like that. If you've never done picking before and you're just learning how to pick, these might be really great songs for you to learn how to play, something like that. You don't have to learn the whole song again. You might just be learning that one little idea. Right? Just something real basic. And there's a lot of songs out there that you probably could think of where you go, oh, that's a really neat idea. Just that. Right? Or just whatever it might be, something that you like. Okay? Doesn't have to be these songs. I'm just saying, you need to look for something. Easy single note picking song for guitar, songs for guitar, right? And all of a sudden now you've got some different ideas and it's still cohesive. It's still a logical path from what you're working on at this point. All right, so path number 3, for instance, might be a great time for you to start utilizing scales, basics of scales. We've been learning chords in path number 2. We advanced those chords, in path number 1. We advanced those chords in path number 2, trying to develop chords, power chords, open chords, bar chords, whatever they are. We're learning how to strum. We're learning how to play along with songs. We're learning how to listen to songs, all these sorts of things. So maybe in path number 3 would be a great time to be introduced to the minor pentatonic scale. Okay? So with the minor pentatonic scale, maybe what happens is we start learning. We're using the fretboard, the theory fretboard bucket to start visualizing the A minor pentatonic scale. So we learn what it looks like. Then we've got to start using our technique, our fundamentals, to start practicing playing through this. So maybe this is a great time to take that metronome out and we start trying to just simply practice. Let me go back to 100 here. Practice doing this. Right? I'm just trying to play along, making a connection with that metronome. Okay? Now, if you want to go a little bit further into this, if you've already been practicing something like that, you could start shaking it up a little bit. Maybe you start practicing doing something like this. And so on, right? Okay? If you're able to do that and you're able to do it faster, maybe you're speeding up that metronome, right? Maybe I get to 200 and now I'm doing eighth notes like we've been talking about. So now it would look like this. See that? And you can also hear that I'm using a little bit of palm muting. Just, again, not a big deal, but it is an element that I'm implementing in there. And you might go, oh, I never even thought about trying to add a little bit of that in there, right? Something like that. Okay? I might start alternate picking. See how I'm just advancing the idea. So maybe what I need to do at this point is I need to play that, but I need to use alternate picking. Or just the scale. See, there's a lot of ways of approaching this. And again, these are merely ideas to get you thinking about getting yourself organized. And you can always come back to these and go, oh yeah. As a matter of fact, you could watch these videos over and over and over and keep getting different ideas about how to approach this. Okay? Let me give you an advancement of this idea. So maybe you're already practicing this. So now what you do is you start moving around the fretboard like this, at your own speed, with your own picking. Maybe you're doing down picking, maybe you're doing alternate picking, but you could do something like this. You see what I mean? So I'm just moving it around, just trying to get comfortable with it. Okay, that's another thing that you could be doing at this point. Something else you could be doing is trying to connect more positions together. Maybe you've already been learning this first position. Maybe it's time for you to start learning the first position and the second position. So you start practicing the second position with all these same tools, utilizing the metronome, visualizing the fretboard, seeing it on your guitar, practicing. Playing it up and down. Then you start utilizing your first and position, and second, excuse me. Right? Something like that. You might learn the first three positions and connect them all together. Or fourth position, or whatever it is you want. And again, you're utilizing that metronome, trying to learn these as you go, okay? So this is a great time to be working on those sorts of things. All right, so maybe you've been working on that for quite a while, and now it's time to start learning major pentatonic. So you take all your positions of minor pentatonic, and you move downward 3 frets. 1, 2, 3, your pinky goes on A, and now you've got A major pentatonic. Now, that note's still there, but to make it sound like A, obviously I want to try and target the note A as I play. So I can go, but then go back to the A, obviously. However you want to do that. But that's how you do major pentatonic. And if you didn't know that, again, you might go, hey, I need to really study major pentatonic and understand a little bit more about that. You might be asking yourself, what is major pentatonic versus minor pentatonic? There's a wonderful thing to study for your theory. Okay, what is minor pentatonic? What is major pentatonic? When do we use those? What styles of music, right? Different kinds of things like that. That's where your theory comes in. Learning the positions across the fretboard. These are great things for you to practice in this path number 3. Now, if we utilize the real world, if we're ready for that, if we start using the real world bucket at this point in path number 3, a really great thing to do is to start practicing what's called meandering. And what you do with meandering is you start taking your metronome, and I'll just have my metronome set at 100 again, just for an example. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take whatever I know about a scale. Maybe it's just the first position of minor pentatonic. Maybe it's just the first position of major pentatonic. Maybe it's some other scale that you've been learning, whatever it is, okay? But I need to start learning how to utilize it in a real-world format, okay? Which means I need to be able to manipulate it and control it. I can't just practice playing it up and down with a metronome, which is important for the rudimentary bucket, for the fundamentals, the core bucket. But from a creative standpoint, that isn't how you make music. I've got to be able to manipulate it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and for this example, I'm just using the first position of minor pentatonic. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and move around at a time, at a tempo, okay, without stopping, and see how well I know the position, see how well my guitar pick responds. And what I'm not allowed to do is stop, and the second thing I'm not allowed to do is just simply play the scale up and down. Meandering means I'm going to move all over the place, jump over strings, move backward, make something that's repetitive. It's just all happening in real time. Let me show you what I mean. Now, it's not going to sound like music, but what it is training me to do is to be able to move outside of just playing the scale up and down all the time. Meandering is really powerful. Let me play it as eighth notes now, so 2 per click. You see? So that gives me a lot of control of being able to move around and make up different things. Now, if I knew more than one position, I might start connecting those positions together, the same idea, doing something like this. Or 3 positions or whatever, okay? Now, again, it doesn't sound like music, but understand that at some point, what I can do is I can start breaking this into, which isn't really in this third path, but it doesn't, again, I'm just giving you ideas. But what I could do is start breaking this apart and actually doing what I refer to as phrasing. And what we do is once we've developed that control to not stop, which takes a long time to get good at, is being able to do this and not stop. When we stop, our brain is telling us we're going too fast, I don't understand what you want, whatever it is. And notice how as I'm playing, I'm not getting stuck mentally. I'm able to move around at this speed with what I know on the fretboard, with memorizing, practicing, whatever these things are, all culminating together in kind of a real world situation. So what happens with phrasing is then I now elect to stop or pause on certain notes to create different sized sentences or phrases. Okay? So if you think about it, when somebody talks, you don't use the same size phrase every time you speak. It changes up the way that you talk. And so what happens is if I start doing that, it's going to start sounding more and more like music. Listen to this. You see? So it begins to sound more and more like real music when I do that, because music does do that. Music doesn't just go, sometimes we do for a riff or something, but we don't do that the entire time, and certainly not for a solo. So these are the beginnings of learning how soloing works by culminating, again, a logical connection, logical path that we've been talking about, of memorizing some element of a scale. I always start people on pentatonic because diatonic has more rules. It's more restricted. Pentatonic, you really can't hit a wrong note unless you hit a wrong note. But if you play all the notes of the actual minor pentatonic scale, everything fits. Okay, so this is why I always start people off with things like pentatonic. Even though we don't know all of our theory and things like that, this is a great time for us to start learning how to visualize the fretboard, how to move around the fretboard, how to practice these positions, how to utilize those with a metronome, how to practice meandering. These are great times to start doing something like this to develop these techniques. Another great thing that you could do at this point, if you're studying your soloing, the beginnings of soloing, is to learn some real basic guitar licks. And again, what style, what advancement is entirely up to you, but start learning how to play something right, that repeats. Whatever it is. Now, in order to learn those licks, there are some techniques that we need to study, which work wonderfully into our fundamentals group. They are what I call vocal techniques, learning about bending, vibrato, hammer-ons, pull-offs, slides, and trills. Now, what do I mean by all of those? Well, let's go through those. So, bending is taking a string and bending it until the note becomes some other note in your scale. Okay? So for instance, right here, I'm bending the 8 and I want it to become the 10 because the 10 is another note in the scale. So that's one thing I want to learn how to do is some bending. Okay? 3 main bends you should learn how to do is, I'm in A minor pentatonic right now, is the 8th fret of the 1st string, the 8th fret of the 2nd string, and the 7th fret of the 3rd string, and learning how to bend those in tune. Okay? Very important for you to learn how to do that. Now, there's bends all over the fretboard. And again, this is just the beginnings of understanding some of these things. If you've already developed some of your bending, you want to keep enhancing that. You want to keep refining it so your bends get tighter, they get cleaner, they're more accurate, they're quicker to access for you. Different varieties of bends. We have half-step bends and whole-step bends and 3-fret bends and blues bends and ghost bends and all, reverse bends, all kinds of different things that you can do. So, but understand that this is the beginnings of that, okay? So the next thing we've got is vibrato. Vibrato is when we shake the string to give it a sound like that. Vibrato can be done on a note. Vibrato can be done on a bend. So there's lots of different ways that you can do vibrato. A slide is exactly that. It's sliding from a note to another note. Sometimes we slide, I call them airplane slides. Sometimes we slide from nowhere, okay, where I don't want you to hear the first note. I just want you to hear the slide. I call it an airplane slide because when an airplane lands, we're never really sure where the actual wheels are going to hit or touch down. I should say hit is probably a bad word. Touch down. As long as they touch down, we're happy. But we're not, there isn't an exact point where those wheels are going to touch down. It's a general idea. So same thing happens with my slide. I don't want you to hear the first note. I just want you to hear the slide, the landing. And I can slide off doing an airplane slide. It's just sliding off into oblivion. Notice how I'm stopping the strings. Right? And then there's a directive slide, which is sliding from a note to a note meant to do that. So right there, I'm sliding from 5 to 7 back to 5. That's using both a directive slide and an airplane slide at the same time. So again, you could study just slides for or vibrato or bending. Again, I'm setting up a practice routine for you. But understand that all of these elements, you might go, oh yeah, I really need work with that. So that's what you need to put in your brain, set on your plate, and start eating it, right? Is bending or vibrato or whatever it might be. And this is a great place to start doing that. All right, some more vocal techniques. We've got hammer-ons, which is where we play a note and then we hammer, we hit a finger to a higher note. Now I could just use minor pentatonic as an example. Okay? Pull-offs do the opposite. Pull-offs are a higher note that flick to a lower note. And what I do is I take the finger and make it act like a guitar pick. Like flicking the string. I'm not just taking my finger off. Okay? So I can do hammer-ons or pull-offs. Okay? Hammer-ons and pull-offs sound a little more legato, we call it, where staccato is a little bit more percussive. Legato tends to be a little bit more smooth. So with hammer-ons and pull-offs, we can create more... And then adding that slide in, doing some picking, I can make some real dynamic contrast happening in there between using all of these different things, you see? If I combine hammer-ons and pull-offs together, I get what's called a trill. Okay, so that's what a trill is doing hammer-ons and pull-offs at the same time. So you're hitting it, and then you're flicking the string and hitting it and flicking the string over and over and over. So real basic ideas here that we can start developing. Now, obviously, you could study just one of these things for an hour straight. just learning how to do, fast trills or hammer-ons or whatever it might be. But again, giving you some ideas of things to think about and go, wow, I really need to work on that. All right, in path number 3, maybe you've already developed all of your open chords and bar chords, power chords, things like that. Maybe now is a great time to start trying to study your caged chording system. And it's more visual than anything, although it does require some element of practice on your fretboard as well. But what the caged chording system is learning how to see the open chords C, A, G, E, and D in that order across your fretboard. Okay? Let me show you what I mean. And again, this isn't a cage study course, but I'll show you what I mean. So for instance, if I was to take the C chord, the lowest I can go on the guitar right here I can play the C chord. So this is a C chord, and it's also the C shape of the C chord. This is the G chord, it's the G shape. This is the D chord, it's a D shape. A chord, A shape. E chord, E shape. Okay? So I'm playing the C chord right here. This is the C shape. Okay? Where my third finger goes right here, I'm going to bar over that, and I'm going to make the A shape. So of caged, it's C and A. Okay? So if you know anything about your bar chords, this is your 5th string bar chord, right? But we have this thread, this ligament that connects them together, which is right here. So there's C connects to the A shape. Where this is, I'm going to put my first finger there, and I'm going to make a G chord with these 3 fingers. Now, it's not easy to do necessarily, but notice it looks like a G chord. But if I play it, it's going to sound like a C chord because it's at C. So I've got the C shape that connects to the A shape, that connects to the G shape. These 2 fingers, I'm going to bar over that and make the E shape. C, A, G, E. Okay? So this is your 6th string bar chord if you know that. Where my third finger, or my pinky is, I'm going to bar over that and I'm going to make the D shape. So what I've done is I've covered my whole fretboard with 1 chord. Okay? So I can play that anywhere I want. Now, why would I learn that? Well, there's a million reasons why you can learn to utilize these chord shapes across the fretboard for things like comping. Different kinds of things like that. Playing shapes like that. There's for chord comps, for little ideas for phrases that you can use in your songs. There's just all kinds of different things that you can do. But ultimately what it does is it gives you the power to learn any chord you want anywhere on the fretboard. So instead of chords having to move around like this to get different places like we do with bar chords, which there's nothing wrong with, what it does is it ultimately gives us the availability of being able to play chords that overlap anywhere on the guitar, which makes for really great soloing, melodic creation, things like that further down the line. So, should you be learning your cage system if you don't know your open chords? No. Should you be learning your cage system if you don't know your bar chords? No, because they're all connected, you see? So you have to be careful with when to learn these sorts of things. But if you've already learned all of that, this is a great time to start learning your cage chording system. Some theory. Well, if you haven't learned your chromatic scale, now would be a really wonderful time to do that because you need to start learning all of the notes on your fretboard. So learning all 12 of those notes and being able to apply them to your fretboard, which probably should have been done in path number 2, but make sure you've got that done here. Okay? Another thing you could start learning is diatonic scales. What is a diatonic scale? Major scale, we call it. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. This might be a great time to start learning what that is. Another great thing that you could work on from the ear training perspective is listening to that major scale. Identifying the sound of that, right? You might even start working on some intervals. And the sounds that they make, okay? Different kinds of things like that. This is a wonderful time to be working on ear training. If you are, in fact, working on the actual major scale on your fretboard, that's a fundamental core bucket, right? So you can use your alternate picking, whatever it is you're doing, that sort of thing. But again, I wouldn't rush into this. If you haven't learned your pentatonic, I wouldn't be worried about this at this point, okay? Again, map this stuff out so you're thinking about a logical order to the things that you're learning. But learning it in your head, this is a great time to start learning that sort of thing for sure. And if you can just dabble the ideas on your fretboard, that's okay, as long as it doesn't get in the way of the other things that you're doing, okay? If you're fully immersed in your pentatonic and now is not the time to be worrying about the major scale, hey, don't worry about it, right? We're learning that chromatic scale on, all the notes on your fretboard. That's a wonderful thing to be doing, and that's probably far more important than learning the major scale at this point anyway. All right, another thing you might be doing is learning some songs. Obviously, some songs that are utilizing all of these different techniques that we've been talking about. But maybe now is a good time to start learning some riffs. We talked about earlier, learning some basic ideas, right? Maybe now what you start doing is start developing some songs where you're utilizing vibrato or you're utilizing palm muting or whatever these techniques are that you're trying to learn. Maybe you're doing power chords, slides, whatever it might be that you're doing. Now might be a great time to start learning some of those riffs. Maybe you can't play the whole song, but you can certainly start learning how to do some of these things. Okay? It might be using alternate picking. It might be using down picking. Might be using power chords, might be using bar chords, whatever it is, right? But start thinking about that a little bit, finding some songs that really fit this path properly. So hopefully you're getting the idea. Maybe a path number 4 would include studying some blues scales. Maybe that's where you really start trying to get into your major scales a little bit more. Hopefully you understand the idea though, right? I've got some notes here that I'm looking at, but maybe you're implementing more melodic playing at this point with whatever scale it is that you're studying. The point is develop this path that utilizes some element of all 4 buckets to a certain degree. Way early on, we built out kind of a daily routine that we could practice, and we need to fill in those ideas with wherever it is we are in our path. But this handout that I'm going to give you too is going to help you a lot in trying to think about where you are and what you might need at that point in time. And again, you're going to need to mix and match depending on your journey and your experiences. But, path number 4 might be a great time to start looking at some advancement in those chords, advancement in your soloing techniques, advancement always in your technique, right? Different kinds of things like that. Maybe you're studying more about, let's see here, like theory. You might be doing more extended chord theory at this point. You've learned your root, third, fifth. Now you're studying what a 7th is or a 9th or an 11th, something like that. This is a great time to start doing that sort of thing. So again, I don't want to take 3 hours and try and go through this whole thing, but as long as you understand and use the handout, it's going to help you a lot. Let me keep going here just to sort of keep going. So path number 5, maybe what we do is we get into more theory. We're studying exotic scales and applying those to our fretboard, or maybe now is a great time to start getting into your modes and really understanding those. So use the tools that I'm giving you to start making some logical connections of where you are in your path. Now, with all of these ideas I'm giving you, please understand it could take you years to establish all of these things. Okay? And I'm putting it on one little, handout or whatever it is. But understand the most important thing is the progression from one idea to the next. And not overdoing it, not jumping way too far ahead to where things become random, but really trying to think logically about how you're approaching these things. All right, so moving on to the next bucket, we're talking about your theory and your fretboard memorization. Now again, theory needs to be broken into sections that are logical at the time of the things that you're practicing. So if you're practicing a G major scale, it is very important for you to know what a G major scale is. What are the notes of a G major scale? Why? Where are the half steps and whole steps, right? What chords go along with the G major scale? That sort of thing. It's very important to learn those sorts of things. Now, again, when we're talking about music theory, we don't necessarily need the guitar with us. And so this is why I want to just take a moment and talk to you about this. For me, what I have learned is because I do a lot of traveling and things like that, when I have the guitar in my hands, that's when I try and do most of my in-person practice, the stuff that requires my hands. So if I've got an hour to practice, I don't really break that hour into studying music theory because I'd rather spend that hour working on things that are with my fingers and with my hands on the guitar, okay? When I'm traveling, if I'm on a plane or if I'm, doing something and I've got some free time, that's when I try and do my studying, okay? So please understand, I'm not saying that you have to do what I do. Just understand that sometimes that time that you have with that guitar in your hands is very, very valuable because people are always so busy. So if there's any way that you can make your practice routine when you have that guitar in your hands about the technical aspect of playing, I would always do that. And then, later on in the evening, I might be studying some theory things or, over lunch or whatever it might be, take another time out. If you don't have that availability, well, then maybe that needs to be part of your practice, which also goes to fretboard memorization. Now, fretboard memorization can be done one of two ways. Either I've got the guitar in hand and I'm looking at my guitar and I'm visualizing the G major scale across my guitar, right? So I'm looking at it, thinking about the G major scale and how this position connects to that position and so on. Now, again, you'll see I'm actually playing, right? So that's the benefit of having it in your hands, is that you're able to look at your guitar and go, okay, I'm visualizing this, and now I'm going to practice connecting these pieces together as I'm visualizing. If I don't have the guitar available, what I used to always do is I would draw out charts because I always found benefit in drawing the neck and then placing the notes on the neck. In my brain, it made more sense than just, copying a picture or something like that. But of course, when I was doing this, there was no internet either, right? So, you might just have a chart that you've printed off or something that you're studying, and you're just looking at that chart and you're just studying the G major scale and how things move around. And what I would do is I would even take those two worlds and I would merge them together. I would take that piece of paper that I made, for instance, in study hall, and I would take it home and I would set it on my music stand, and then I would stare at that picture that I made, and I would just because sometimes when I'm looking at my guitar, I'm seeing it from the perspective that I practice with, so which is toward the floor, toward the ceiling, that sort of thing. But when I was looking at the picture, I wouldn't see it that way. I would see it differently, and I would play differently than I would if I was just looking at my guitar. That doesn't mean everybody's like me, but that's what worked for me. So please understand that when you get to that fretboard memorization theory bucket, you have to decide whether or not there are elements of that should be done when the guitar is in your hands, or whether or not some of that can be done at another time. If you're really busy and you're at the office, or again, you're at school or whatever it might be, you might be able to take some of that pressure off of the practice time that you've got at home by studying theory, by studying fretboard, and you can count that as practice, no doubt about it. I mean, if you can do 20 minutes or 30 minutes or something when you're at work or when you're traveling or when you're at school or something like that, sure, use that 30 minutes as, I spent 30 minutes practicing. But when you get home and grab that guitar, you still want to spend as much time as humanly possible with your fingers on that guitar practicing things. So that's how I approach the theory and fretboard memorization bucket. If you're practicing the cage system, for instance, which we talked about earlier, but if I was practicing connecting that together, I can study that before I ever get to my guitar. I don't have to wait till I get to my guitar to start trying to figure out what it looks like. I can already have that planned out, and I do this all the time. This is how I optimize my practice, I can study things, I can visualize it. Visualization for me is huge. So I can visualize it in my head, so by the time I get home, get to my guitar, grab my guitar, I already know what I want to do. I just need to get my fingers on there and start actually doing it. All right, next we're going to talk about the songs bucket. Now, for me, learning songs by artists that you like, songs that you like, are absolutely crucial because, again, they encompass so much about technique and feel and ear training and memorization. All the skills are encompassed, except for maybe creativity to a certain degree. If you're playing somebody else's song, you didn't write it, blah, blah, blah. But that can be remedied with the next bucket, right? So the songs bucket gives us the ability to see how well all of our skills are coming together. I think that's very important. So the first thing I want to tell you about when it comes to the songs bucket is that there's two different kinds of songs that I always tell people to make sure that you're trying to focus on. There's ego songs and there's project songs. Now, ego songs, E-G-O, ego songs, are songs that make us feel good, okay? I remember going from not being able to play songs when I was first starting to learn how to play to playing things that began to sound like the music that I enjoyed, and that connection to the music, well, that's the reason I play guitar anyway, right? I didn't pick up the guitar just so I could learn theory. I wasn't 13 going, oh my God, I can't wait till I learn theory. I was 13 going, I want to play Kiss, and I want to play AC/DC, and I want to play Iron Maiden, I want to play Ozzy, right? And when I started playing those things, I got so excited about playing because I was making a connection to the music that I loved. So, ego and project songs. Ego songs are songs that maybe you don't know all the parts to. Maybe they're not perfect. Maybe they're not overly challenging. Maybe they are, okay? Especially when you first start playing, kind of everything's challenging, right? But you're able to get from point A to point B. You're able to get from the beginning of the song to the end of the song in some element of structure. So you're accomplishing something, right? Maybe you didn't learn all the licks. Maybe you didn't learn the solo. Maybe everything isn't absolutely perfect, but you're able to get through from point A to point B. Not just halfway through something or 10 seconds of a song, but you're able to get through. Your job is to find songs that fit that category, okay? That you are able to turn on whatever Spotify, YouTube, CD, record, whatever it is that you've got, and play along with from the beginning to the end as best you can. And you keep dialing that in. Guitar players, just like most humans, are overachievers. We're always trying to choose the hardest thing possible, and then we get frustrated at ourselves when we can't play it, and then we wonder why. Oh, I suck, I can't play. Well, listen, stop setting yourself up for failure, right? Find some things that you can, it's like a comfortable blanket. Find some songs that you can feel comfortable in, and you can play and practice and experience playing along with a drummer, experience playing along with a singer, experience making a transition from a verse to a chorus. Those kinds of things, not just how good am I technically, how fast can I play, right? You got to change your focus. So that's what ego songs are. Ego songs are a playlist of songs that utilize different techniques that you're working on, but you're able to accomplish them to a certain degree. So you've got some songs in maybe you've got a Spotify playlist, and some of your ego songs are open chord strumming songs. And some of your songs are power chord strumming songs. And some of your songs are bar chords. And some of your songs are single note licks, right? So again, you're using the music to serve your needs, where you are in your journey. There's a big difference between learning songs because you love those songs, which is great, and learning songs that serve a purpose for teaching you something that you're working on. I'm learning how to play single notes, so I learn how to play Day Tripper, right? Or I'm working on power chords, so I learn how to play right? Or whatever it is I'm doing. I'm learning songs that utilize power chords that I'm working on, okay? And they don't have to be incredibly hard songs. Just songs that are basic that give me the tools to be able to play along. If I try and choose and I don't have those skills, obviously I'm setting myself up for failure. Your job is to dial that in. What are the songs that are going to make you feel good? That's what an ego song does is, wow, I accomplished something. Can it have challenge? Sure. I think everything has an element of challenge to a certain degree, at least for a while in your playing, but it shouldn't overwhelm you. And again, maybe you're not learning everything. You're just learning some parts as best you can. Maybe you're not learning that riff or, those really hard licks or that solo, but you're just trying to get your way through this. So really two things. The ego song is something you're trying to accomplish to a certain degree through the song. And the ego song is also serving its purpose of giving you rhythm, groove, tempo, technical things that you're doing in the core, the core bucket, that sort of thing. Now, project songs, on the other hand, are songs that really do challenge the crap out of you. Okay? Project songs are projects. They are songs that you choose because they're friggin' hard and they've got things that you really want to learn how to play, but you haven't developed yet. If I'm learning how to play, let's see. Right? If I'm learning how to play something like that, or something that's really fast, and I don't have those tools yet, that song, that project song, tells me, okay, that's what I got to work on. You might only get through a few measures of a project song. Again, you have to dial this in. Like, I'm always trying to think, if you're 5, you can't be an astronaut. Now, you could grow up and try and be an astronaut, but you can't be an astronaut when you're 5, okay? Because you just don't have the capacity to understand what that is, and they're not going to allow you to do so anyway. So if we're trying to do things that are so beyond where we are right now, again, it's admirable, but it's not reasonable, okay? So if we can find project songs that can push us, but they're skills that we want to acquire and we're working on, but we're not quite there, it's going to be a more effective project song. Project songs do not have to be finished. You may never learn a project song all the way through. You might only learn segments of a project song, but those segments are valuable and they're educational, and you learned a lot from those sorts of things. Sometimes there's a line in between. Sometimes when you first started playing what was considered a project song, again, unless it was way out there, what you considered a project song at some point in your life is no longer a project song. It might become an ego song, right? That transition can certainly happen. But you have to learn to reel that in. I keep talking about creating a logical connection to what you're trying to practice. Project songs should be that to a certain degree as well. Now, again, I always need to remind people that doesn't mean you can't dream. That doesn't mean that you can't try things that are so far out there that they're not connected to anything that you're doing. That's fine. But if everything that you do is like that, you don't have a logical path to success, which is what this whole course is about. Okay? So be careful with that. So I always tell people, like, 5 to 1. Do 5 ego songs to 1 project song. And I'll just tell you a quick story. When I used to teach a lot of students one-on-one, it was always my metal students that would set themselves up for failure. They were always trying to play songs that were way too hard for them. And again, that's fine. But let's break down what's happening within that song. And here's the techniques that you need to be working on to accomplish that song. So here is our core bucket. Here's the things that you need to do to get there. Now, oftentimes they'd get very, one-dimensional in their practice. And so now all of a sudden they're not practicing any other elements to develop. So they're just practicing this one thing. Well, that's wonderful. You're going to get really great at that one thing. But all these other things then don't exist anymore. You don't have to be a well-rounded musician. That's not what I'm saying. You need to find what works best for you. But if we start trying to move over into the real world bucket, the real world bucket requires us to interact with other human beings. And again, it's not that sometimes you won't find that perfect group of people where your vision, what you're practicing, doesn't line up exactly with what their vision and what they're practicing, because it might. It happens sometimes. You just have to figure this out for yourself. That's the whole point. Okay? So let's go back to the songs bucket for just a second. So the songs bucket, we've got these ego songs versus project songs. We got 5 to 1 or something like that. Okay? So we're learning these songs because they inspire us, they motivate us, they connect us to maybe, iconic songs of our youth, or when we were really first getting into music, or maybe we're inspired right now. There's a band or a song that we just really love and we want to try and tackle that. We decide it fits into the ego or it fits into the project song category. We start breaking it down, deciding what it is that's in there that we really want to work on, and does that work with our path, our logical path that we're trying to create. And if it doesn't, hey, these are choices we have to make, okay? It makes things that we weren't able to do before into a reality. It connects us further to music and the real world of music by playing along with these things and making this connection. And it also is an endless supply for us to choose from. We could choose this song, play it, get bored with it, move on, choose something else, whatever. We might join a band and now all of a sudden we're learning all these different songs that are cover songs or the band wrote or whatever it might be. There's all kinds of different things that we can do with this, which I think is really, really important. And just to stay connected to the realism of what songs give us, I think is really important. All right, and finally, we've got that real world bucket, that kind of elusive last bucket. And for me, the whole thing with this is when it all comes together. When you've learned that song from the songs bucket, it now moves into the real world bucket because you're playing it, okay? When it moves over there, the hope is that you're going to learn to feel it more and you're going to think about it less, okay? When you first start learning, again, whatever song it might be, it requires a certain amount of your brain power to think about the verse, to think about the bridge, to think about the chorus, to think about the solo, to think about the riff, whatever it is. And as you continue trying to dial that in, you start listening to the music more and you're concentrating less. And you want this to happen because if you join a band and you're going to get out on stage in front of people, you can't just be concentrating, 99.9% of your brain is doing nothing but concentrating, because you're not going to enjoy yourself, and there's a lot of room for mistakes with something like that, and you can't interact with your audience on any level if it's taking up that much of your brain power. You've got to move this music into the real world bucket, into this automated place where it feels good and you're able to listen and respond, especially if you're playing with real human beings. Like if you get in a band and you got to listen to that drummer, you got to listen to that bass player, you got to listen to that singer, and they're doing the same thing. There's this cohesion that happens. It's very important to be able to do that because we can respond to each other as we're playing. So in the real world bucket, what are we practicing? Well, we're practicing songs, obviously. Again, if we're practicing the songs, I always think that goes more into the songs bucket. But if we're trying to play those now and put it all together, maybe we're playing a set list or we're going to be performing with somebody or whatever it might be, or we're just jamming along with a bunch of different songs, but it's not requiring us to break everything down, that's kind of the real world bucket, okay? You might be jamming over that song. Like you might learn chords, but you're trying out different cage chording ideas over that. That's a real world thing. You might be soloing over that, okay? Improvising, trying different things, okay? You might be writing, whatever it might be. I think all those things very much exist in the real world bucket. You can use backing tracks. You can use jam tracks. You might jam over pre-recorded songs. You might record your own stuff, like getting in front of a camera and recording, pushing play and record on your computer and recording things. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways that you can make this more of a real world experience, right? And most certainly getting together with other humans. And I can't stress this enough. All of this work, all of this time that you're spending learning how to play this instrument, at some point in your life, if you were a private student of mine, this would be happening, okay? But because I hear people all the time go, I don't want to play with other people. Yeah, you do, but you're scared to, okay? There's a wonderful experience that happens when you share music with other human beings. It doesn't always have to be this massive contest. Sometimes it's just a really fun experience. Again, it might be getting together with somebody in your garage, just a drummer, another guitar player, a singer, a cousin, a neighbor, whatever relative it might be, a friend of yours. You put together some garage band and you practice on Sundays, right? You join church and you play in the church band. There's a million things that you can do between now and playing in front of 10,000 people, okay? It doesn't have to be that. There's all kinds of things between now and then, and it doesn't even have to be that, okay? It never has to be in front of a viewing person ever. It might just be a jamming experience that you have. I play with all kinds of different people, local people, people that aren't local. I get together and jam with people no matter where I go. I play with both my daughters. I have, at the time of this recording, one daughter is 21, one daughter is 13. And we jam together all the time in different capacities. And then I have bands that I play with. And then when I, go do clinics and stuff like that, I always meet people or other artists and jam with them. I get pulled up on stage all the time when bands are playing. This is the real world. This stuff happens. And so my ability to get to a place in my playing where I'm confident with what it is that I'm doing, it's not about being the best. I don't even think there's such a thing. Okay? You might think so, but I don't. Everybody has their own thing. Some people are singer-songwriters, some people are shredders, some people are blues players, some people are rock players, some people are acoustic guitar players. Everybody's different. It's just trying to figure out what works best for you, and then find groups of people around you that are interested in the same experience that you are, and making a connection and making that happen. So the last thing I want to say about this is just with these buckets is just trying to stay motivated with material. Remember, we talked about that faucet a long time ago. Bringing in new material when it's needed, and then kind of melding it with the material that you already have. Being very careful not to turn on way too much of that faucet, so much information is coming in that you're just getting lost. Or focusing too much on just one bucket, which is one thing that I did wrong. When I was a kid, I was so focused on that core technique fundamentals bucket that I didn't have any other skills. Sure, I could play really well, but I had no other skills. And it took me, quite a while to really start developing those other things, to let go of that technique bucket a little bit and start trying to make myself a more well-rounded instrument that was more accessible to other people that would want to hire me or want to play with me, not just because I had chops, but because I could do other things as well. Because it isn't just about chops. Unfortunately, you've got to have groove, you've got to have timing, you've got to have knowledge. All these other things have to be there as well for someone to go, hey, I want to hire this person to play with me, or to play on my record, or to tour with me, or whatever it might be. So something else to think about a little bit. All right, so now what we're going to be doing is breaking down some ideas of some things that you can use in that technique fundamental core bucket, that first bucket that we're talking about. Now, there's a million things you could do here. So these are simply ideas, and I'm going to be using a metronome as well to show you how I build these and what I work on. Now, not every exercise is going to use a metronome, but the ones that do, of course, I'll turn on the metronome and we'll talk about that as well. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to break apart some ideas of just strength, stamina, flexibility, different kinds of things like that I do that are just fundamental exercises, okay? They're not scales or anything at this point. They're just development of my fretting hand, my picking hand, and the synchronicity between my two hands. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go through some of those exercises. All right, so this first one is going to be fretting hand exercises, and this one I do not need a metronome for. Although I might need a timer, and you don't necessarily have to have one. You can just kind of guesstimate if you want to. But basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to start working on some hammer-on and pull-off exercises, which are trills, putting hammer-ons and pull-offs together. And we're going to try and build some strength in our fingers. Now, if we think about it, what we need to do is we need to work on finger combinations. 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 2 and 3, 2 and 4, 3 and 4, and then we move to 3-finger combinations, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, and 1, 3, 4. Okay? Those are our primary combinations. Now, you could do, for instance, 1, 2, 3, and 2, 3, 4, things like that. But if you've been playing guitar for a while, you realize that those aren't primary finger combinations. They're more secondary finger combinations, because when we play scales and things like that, we're always playing groups of 1, 2, 3, or 1, 3, 4. Excuse me, 1, 2, 4 is what I meant to say. Or 1, 3, 4. Different kinds of things like that. So those are the combinations that we want to work with, okay? So what we're going to do right now is what I refer to as the 20-second exercise. You could make it 30 seconds someday. You could make it 10 seconds to begin with, whatever. And again, I'm just guesstimating time here. I do have a clock over there that I can kind of watch. But basically what we're going to do here is I'm going to choose somewhere on the guitar to get started. And it doesn't matter what string and it doesn't matter what fret. Although when I do this, I tend to use the same things over and over and over. But let's go ahead and go to the 2nd string on the 5th fret, and I'm going to put my first finger there. Now I'm going to visualize 5, 6, 7, and 8. This is where all 4 of my fingers are going to go. And what I'm going to do is a series of hammer-ons and pull-offs, again, called a trill, where I'm going to trill from 5 to 6 like this, which is a hammer-on, and then I'm flicking that middle finger off to do what's called a pull-off, okay? And what I want to do is do this as fast as I can, as clean as I can, and really as hard as I can. And when I say hard, I don't mean, you have to really push super hard, but you don't want to just like set the finger down and pick it up. You want to actually get a hammer on and a pull-off. So you don't have to hit any harder than you need to, and you don't have to pull off any harder than you need to, but don't do that. Like, actually make noise. Now, if you're practicing this on an acoustic guitar, it's harder to do, much harder to do on an acoustic guitar because the strings are thicker, sometimes they're a little further away from the fretboard, that sort of thing, and of course you don't have distortion. So you have to give yourself a little bit of a break. If you're practicing this on an acoustic guitar, you're not going to get as much sound and that sort of thing, and it's perfectly okay. Okay, what we're looking for is the technique itself, not necessarily that it's going to sound so great. So anyway, if that makes sense, you can do it on acoustic, you can do it on a clean electric, you can do it not plugged in. Like I do these at home when I wake up in the morning, I'll grab my guitar and sometimes I'll plug it into a little practice amp and sometimes I won't. Sometimes I'll just sit and do this. I can still feel the hammer on a pull-off because I've done this for a long time, but if you get my point. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do 5 to 6 for 20 seconds. And then we're going to do 5 to 7, which is the first finger and third finger, for 20 seconds. Then we're going to do 5 to 8 for 20 seconds. Now, it's at that point that you're really going to start feeling this, okay? If you don't already. So just do the best you can with me. And then again, make adjustments on your practice on maybe doing it a little less or whatever you might do. Then, without stopping, because we're not done, I'm going to set my middle finger down and I'm going to start doing a hammer on and pull off from the 6th fret to the 7th fret here, which is my middle to my third finger, for 20 seconds. Then I'm going to move from the middle finger to the pinky, which is 6 to 8 there, for 20 seconds. And then I'm going to set down my ring finger on the 7th fret here and do the 8th fret, the pinky, for 20 seconds. So I'm doing all the finger combinations, 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 4, 2 to 3, 2 to 4, and then 3 to 4, okay? So if you're ready, let's give this a try, okay? And here we go. Go. Stay in there. That's 10 seconds. Keep going. All right, now we're going to switch to 1-3. Now try not to stop. It might not sound great, but try not to stop. Just keep going. Okay, and now we're going to switch to the pinky. And right around here is usually when people start feeling this, so. Okay, and as best as we can without stopping, we're going to set the middle finger down and go to the third finger. Here we go. Do the best you can. Okay, now shift over to the pinky. So we're doing middle and pinky right now. Okay, do as best as you can. Now set the third finger down and go to the pinky. Okay? Now when you get done, again, you do the best you can. If you couldn't do it all the way through, that's perfectly fine. When you get done, what you want to do is stretch out those fingers, stretch out that forearm. Okay, so you're going to stretch that out. Okay, keep stretching it. You can stretch it this way too. Be a little careful with this. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing right here and I'm pulling it back this way. Okay, kind of stretch it out as much as you need to. Now what I like to do is I'll do these where I'll do exactly what I just did. I'll stretch out and another minute or two later, I'll do it again. Okay, and I'll just kind of keep doing that because what it does is it gets the blood flowing. Now, when you first do it, you're going to build up a lot of lactic acid. So you need to make sure that you're stretching out, shaking out your wrist, whatever you need to do so you don't hurt yourself. Okay? And then you can do that throughout the day anytime you want. You can see that that exercise right there is going to take you a couple of minutes out of whatever your amount of time is for your core practice. Do this every day, and I promise you that your fingers will get stronger. It is frustrating, like working out, because you start realizing that some of the fingers don't work the way you want them to. So here's some advice I'm going to give you. When you're doing this exercise, one day you could do it the way we did it, just right now. The next day, maybe what you'll do is you'll start backwards. So instead of starting with your first finger, start with your third and your pinky, and then work your way backwards. Do it that way. That way, when you come in fresh, and I do this a few times a day, so maybe later in the day you're doing it again. And if you do it in reverse like that, what you're doing is you're giving all of your best energy to those weakest fingers. Because these are the weak fingers. As you keep going, 2 and 4 is terrible. 3 and 4 is not very good. Anything that kind of requires the third finger, other than the first and the third, is kind of tough. And the pinky is generally very, very weak. So this is why you want to make sure that you're doing those in reverse as well. So when you come back and you're ready to go, instead of giving everything you got to that first finger every single time, you reverse it and give some to the other side. The other thing, the third thing that you can do, and again, you might do one day, one the next day, however you want to do this, okay, is you just focus on certain ones. Instead of focusing on all of them, you just focus on the third of the pinky. And you do that extra long, or the middle finger going to these other 2 fingers, or whatever it might be. Something like that, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you some other varieties of things that I do with legato exercises. I practice legato a lot, meaning I'm not picking anything, okay? And what I want to show you too real quick here, just so you understand, is I'm touching all these other strings as I do this, just keeps them from making noise as I'm doing these things. So I'm just touching everything so it's not making any sound. What I just showed you, that 20-second exercise, is absolutely crucial to build strength, but it will be frustrating, and you're going to start realizing that your fingers, some of your fingers anyway, aren't as strong as you want them to be. And you can get frustrated all you want. But the truth is now you know, and now you know what to do with it, okay? Like we talked about at the very beginning of this, being honest with yourself, realizing what you cannot do very well and what you can do are very, very important to developing your practice routine. So the next thing that I do is I start trying to work with stuff like this, where I'm going to use all 4 fingers in something like this. See? So what I'm doing there is it's not requiring as much of that brutal strength that the 20-second exercise does, but it's giving me the availability of creating dexterity with my fingers, okay? So again, my first finger is my prime finger. It's yours too, okay? When you play guitar, your first finger is the one that does most of the work or is involved in some capacity all the time. So I could certainly do like, an exercise where I'm doing 2 to 3, 2 to 4, back and forth. That would be perfectly fine. And if you want to do that, please do. But I need to do this because this is something that is going to happen when I play. I'm going to use these finger combinations. So doing something like this is very important to develop that. And again, I'm playing at the 5th fret on the 2nd string, but you could, go anywhere you want to go on the guitar, you could do this, okay? And again, I'm just deadening out everything I don't need. So some other legato things that I like to work on a lot is I'll start trying to make little patterns of things and then try and develop those. So what we've done so far is we've dealt with 2 finger combinations, okay? Now what we're going to do is we're going to start moving on to doing 3 finger combinations, and I'm going to make these little patterns. So what I like to do here is, let's say I go to the 5th fret of the 4th string, and what I'm going to do is play 5, 7, and 9, and I'm hammering those. So notice I'm hammering with my first finger, I'm playing 7 with my middle finger, and 9 with my pinky. Now some people will do this with their first, their third, and their pinky, and if you choose to do that, that's perfectly fine, okay? For me, it's just more comfortable to use my first, my middle, and my pinky. Now we refer to this as a spread fingering, if you've ever heard that term before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up from 5, 7, 9 to 5, 7, 9 on the next string. And I'm trying to keep those other strings quiet as best I can. And again, don't really worry about it. It's more about the strength than it is how beautiful it sounds. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around and come back down with pull-offs. See that? So I'm going. Okay, so that's a really good one that you can work on too. If the spread fingering like this hurts, you can squeeze in. Let's say I go to the 4th fret. I'm kind of visualizing E minor in my head as I'm doing this. You don't have to do that, but I'm kind of thinking that. So I might do 4, 5, 7, do the exact same thing, but now I'm not doing that spread fingering. You see? So I might do that and make that a little bit easier than doing this spread fingering. And then what I could do is I could actually connect these together and do something like this. Or I could do one a few different times. You know, however I'd like to do that. If I decide what I'd like to do, and this is the crucial, this is a rough one, but if I want to use 1, 3, and 4, which is, again, a very valid finger combination, what I would then do is instead of playing 4, 5, and 7, I would play 2, 4, and 5. And now I'm using this finger combination. And just with that one little idea, I'm getting all these different finger combinations, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4 spread, and 1, 3, 4. So I start with 1, 3, 4, moved up to 4th fret, do 1, 2, 4, I'm talking finger combinations. And then I could move up to 5 and do the spread fingering, and so I'm using all those finger combinations with 3 fingers. So I did 2 finger, and then 3 finger. Now 4 finger, again, isn't overly necessary. I was doing 4 when I was doing this thing, okay? But I don't really just sit and practice. But you certainly can. I mean, you can, again, I used to, when I was younger, I had like charts on my wall of all these different things and all the possible finger combinations and all this stuff. And I realized that I wasn't doing them all anyway because I didn't have time and I didn't have the patience to be doing every single mathematical finger combination of every single thing ever. And so I want you to be careful of that. What I'm trying to offer you right now are core elements that you will use if you continue playing guitar and you start learning scales that require 3 notes per string, which you will. At some point, you're going to deal with that. So, and even if you weren't, you're still going to be dealing, you know, pentatonic, you're still dealing with 1, 3 and 1, 4, things like that. So I try and give people the most effective exercises without giving you 783 different exercises because you're not going to get to them all anyway. So again, I'm not saying that that's bad if that's your thing, but I don't teach it that way because it's just impractical because nobody has, well, very few people have 8 hours a day to practice anyway. And even if you did, I don't want you spending 8 hours a day practicing finger exercises. I want you to practice other things from the other buckets as well. So if that makes sense, this is a great place to start for legato. All right, so now to just start moving a little bit into utilizing legato as well as picking, what we can do is we can start doing some very simple exercises to play this way across the fretboard and then move over and continue on. So again, these can be at any tempo. This isn't really something that you need a metronome with. What you're looking for in this exercise is quality. Okay, you want to keep the strings clean. You want to keep your changes clean. You want to keep your movements even. Okay, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be doing hammer-ons as I move toward the floor, and then I'm going to be doing pull-offs as I move toward the ceiling. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go from 1 to 2 as a hammer-on, and then I'm going to go to the next string. Now, I'm sure it makes sense, but here's the most important part of that is keeping everything clean. So as you're playing, what you want to think about is after you do that hammer-on to 1 to 2, you need to move that first finger over and get it prepped on the next string on the first fret. So you don't want this, like a Pink Panther kind of sound. You don't want to do 1, 2, and then lift it up and do 1, 2, because you're always going to wind up with this hiccup in between. What you want to do is, as you're playing, this guy comes off after I do that hammer on and gets ready. And that's why I try and keep it sequential and smooth and even, so I'm not getting gaps when I change strings. Okay? And you can go at your own pace. Again, be honest with yourself. Worry about how good it sounds and how it feels more than how fast it is. And you have to keep telling yourself that, because guitaritis will kick in and start telling you, no, you got to try and go faster. Hey, you got to be a rock star. That's what guitaritis is, okay? Don't get affected by guitaritis. Worry about how good it sounds. Worry about how clean it sounds. Think about how it feels. Think about all of the things that you're doing at this point. Now, I'm doing them all with down picks. There's really no reason to alternate pick at this point. So when I get to the first string here, what I'm going to do is move up, and I'm now going to do pull-offs for the ceiling. Now, when I get to the top or the bottom of each one of these, I need to move up. So when I do this, I'm on my middle finger. I'm simply going to slide up. You don't necessarily need to hear the slide, but I need to move that finger up. And I got to do the same thing down here. When I'm on the second fret, I got to move up. So my finger is technically sliding, but I'm not making that a known slide. It's just I have to shift positions, so it's something I need to do. Now, what I usually have people do is when they get here, okay, they're at the 12th fret. Now, here's your choice, and this is your choice for all the exercises I'll give you, because I'm not going to do them all across the entire fretboard. You could go all the way up, as far as you can reach, if you want to get used to those smaller frets. Okay? You would just keep going. The other thing that you can do is you can turn around and go back, so you can experience the smaller frets, or you can go back and experience going backwards. Backwards a little different. So you see, you got to slide backwards. You see? So you could do it that way. A couple other options. Please make sure you're listening to this, because, again, I don't want to overwhelm you. If you don't have a lot of practice time, you don't have to do all 24 frets. You might just go from 1 to 12 and back like I just showed you. If you're really in a hurry, you might just go from 5 to 9 and back, or from 15 to 19 and back, right? Whatever works for you in your practice. Again, do not adopt the idea of all or nothing when you're practicing, when you're learning how to play guitar, because the problem is you're just going to overwhelm yourself. You need to find what works best for you when you're doing these things. So I don't expect everybody to do all the way up and all the way down and all these other different things. You find the ones that you need and you adjust them as needed so they're working for you. If this is very new for you and you're having a hard time doing it, why on earth would you do 12 frets of it? You only need 2 or 3 frets of it to develop it. You might just go up at the 5th. Again, it doesn't have to be at the 1st fret. If I'm not doing the whole thing, I might just be at the 5th fret and I'm just going to go. Just make a little circle between going this direction, then moving over and coming back this direction. And just do that over until I develop it. And I might do a few more. So again, I'm not trying to make you feel guilty, and I don't expect you to sit and do all of these things. I just want to give you some ideas of what might work best for you. All right, so if that makes sense, the next thing we're going to do is, again, if you have time, you could move on to some other fingers. You could start doing 1 to 3. Okay, you could do 1 to 4. You could do 2 to 3. I usually don't start at first fret because it's kind of uncomfortable. I'll usually start at second fret. Okay, or 2 to 4. Or 3 to 4, again, wherever. So you can see how you can use this to develop some of those fingers that you're having a hard time with. But if you've already learned some scale things, if you're already, working on pentatonics or something like that, you already see the value in 1 to 3 and 1 to 4 and developing those across the fretboard. Because, again, a lot of people, when they first start playing and they learn these things, they try and avoid the pinky because it's not as comfortable or it's not very strong or whatever these things are. It's not for anybody. We have to develop these. And I always tell people, look, you don't have to play the pinky if you don't want to, but that's 25% of your full capacity of what you could be doing on this guitar that you're throwing away simply because you haven't developed it. Now, I understand developing your fingers can be frustrating. Again, it's not like I came out of the womb doing all this kind of stuff. I had to work my butt off to learn how to do these sorts of things and deal with the frustration sometimes of, God, why doesn't that finger want to work? But, the more you do it, the easier it gets. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to start developing some basic ideas of really great things that you can do for your picking hand, okay? So the first thing we're going to do here is we're just going to start learning how to pick, and I did mention this a little bit in one of the earlier ideas, but what I want to do is I just want to start picking a string, and I'm going to pick the 6th string, okay? And I'm also going to be palm muting that 6th string. Remember, I'm taking the karate chop part of my hand, I'm setting it right for where the bridge and the string meet, and again, you might need to work on that a little bit as well, although that isn't really a technique exercise for me to worry about right now. But it's certainly something you could do if you need to. But that's what I'm looking for, is that sound. And what I want to start thinking about is, as I'm doing this picking, am I moving from my fingers? Am I moving from my wrist? Or am I moving from my elbow? Now, there's no wrong way to do this, but you need to be aware of where that strength and that motion is coming from, because depending on how you're doing it, you might be more or less effective. Now, for me, it all depends on the speed that I'm going, okay? As I go faster, I tend to lock a little bit and start moving more like I'm turning this way. This is where I go. If I'm playing slower, it either comes from my fingers like this, or it'll kind of come from the elbow, but it's all different. And they're all, interchangeable as I play, but I just want you to be aware of that. So a couple other things to be aware of. Obviously, think about the style of guitar pick that you're using. Is it the right pick? Your stance of holding the guitar pick. Again, we're talking about a practice exercise, so I'm not doing, beginner basics right now, but be aware of those things, the way that you hold that guitar pick, the style of pick that you're using, the thickness of pick, the cut of the tip of the pick. All of those things can make a difference on how it feels and how it sounds and how effective it is for you. So, as I start doing this, I start trying to dial in that palm. Okay, and once I start dialing it in, then I start trying to think about how it feels as I play. Again, am I moving from the fingers? Am I moving from the wrist? Am I moving from the elbow? Well, I'm moving more from the wrist at this tempo. So I'm dialing in the sound. I'm dialing in how it feels. I'm dialing in how it sounds. Again, way more than how fast I can do this. That's what I'm dialing in. That's the first thing I need to be worrying about, is how does this guitar feel as I'm doing this? How does it sound? Okay, and try and dial that in a little bit. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing some exercises. So as I've dialed this in, the next thing I want to do is, again, pull in that metronome. And the exercise that I'm going to give you right now is what I refer to as the 2-minute drill. Now, I'm going to be using an online metronome for this. There's an online metronome that I found from iMusic School. That's what it's called. What I did was I typed in online metronome with timer, because that's what I wanted, was something with a timer. The Google metronome doesn't have a timer on it. So this is a 2-minute drill. So I want to set that metronome for 2 minutes, which I have it set for. Okay, and right now I've got this set at 120 beats per minute. Okay, so that's kind of my starting point for all these exercises, is 120 beats per minute. If you need to slow down a little bit or you need to speed up a little bit, that's perfectly fine, but that's kind of where I am. Okay, so 120 beats per minute. I've got the metronome set at, I've got the timer set for 2 minutes, and it's going to sound like this. Okay, so it sounds a little bit different than the Google metronome that I was using before. I also have the stress on the first beat set so you can hear that first beat, not that it really matters. And so what I'm going to do is when I start this, it's going to sound like this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do down picking with this metronome for 2 straight minutes. 2 minutes, okay? I don't want to fail. I don't want to quit early. If I have to quit early, I'm going too fast or I'm not relaxing enough, because that's something that you'll learn as you keep trying to speed these things up, is that the speed at which you're going, you need to learn how to relax. Otherwise, you're going to get really tight, you're going to get tense, and then you're going to have to stop. So 120 is not my top speed, but I wanted to show you something that's not way too fast, but yet not incredibly too slow. Again, you need to figure out what's going to work best for you. If you try and do this exercise with me and it's not working for you because it's too fast, slow the metronome down. Throw the ego out, the guitaritis out the window, and find the speed that works for you. But we want to last for 2 minutes. What's a great tempo is a tempo that when you get about halfway through, when you get about a minute in, you can start feeling it, like really feeling it. But you're able to finish with 2 minutes, okay? If you finish 2 minutes and there's nothing, okay, then it's probably too slow for you. But also while you're doing this, make sure that you are focusing using your ear training, okay, that sort of theory fretboard thing that we were talking about with ear training, or if we want to put that in the real world perspective bucket, we can do that too. It doesn't matter. But I want to listen. Like, I need to be lining up with that metronome. So let's try this together. So we're palm muting downward at this speed. I'm going to let one measure go by, and then we're going to start. Here we go. Pay attention. Listen. Feel it. And relax. Relax the fingers, relax your shoulder, relax your neck. Figure out where you're picking from, your fingers, your wrist, your elbow. Where's that motion coming from? That's a minute. We got one more minute to go here. Keep it up. Seconds. Keep it up. 15 seconds. That's it. Okay. So understand that even if you only had 15 minutes for exercises for that core practice, you can do a lot of stuff. Okay? If you're not just noodling, right? I mean, look at all the things that we've done so far. These would be great exercises. Now, I'm going to speed this up a little bit for just to show you an example. So I'm going to go to 150 here. Okay? It doesn't matter what speed you select, but you need to make sure that once you dial that in, now I'm doing 2 per click. Bump, 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 right? That's what I'm doing. We call those eighth notes. That's what I'm doing. So if you've got a different metronome that you're using, it doesn't need to accent on the first beat. Again, you can look at a clock. You don't need to use a metronome necessarily that has a timer. Although I found this one just because it's free and it's easy to use if you're around your computer when you practice. And if you're not, that's cool. Just use your watch or, I mean, you could do this and look at your watch. It's not a big deal. Or your phone or anything that you need. But anyway, that's a really great one to do, is that 2-minute exercise. Now, we can also do that 2-minute exercise with alternate picking. Now, alternate picking, down-up picking, again, requires some dialing in of the sound, of the quality of the alternate pick. Which, again, if you've never done it before, you should study that for a while. Look for one of my videos in the membership group and learn about alternate picking or whatever it is you need to do. But same principle, you want to be picking down and up. You want it all to sound nice and even. Okay? You want it to be tight, and you want to have a good palm mute. Now, the slower you go, the more of a swing you're going to get from your wrist or your elbow. The faster you go, the more it's going to lock, and again, you're going to get more of this kind of motion as you play. So, alternate picking, learning about alternate picking, practicing alternate picking, that's another discussion. This is a practice routine, right? So we're taking that alternate picking now, and we're going to add it. So if we think about this, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to slow that down a little bit. Let's go back to 120. Okay? And let me just show you. Dun 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 dun, 2 per click. Now, that's 120. Now, to be honest with you, if I was playing at 120, I really wouldn't play alternate picking because it's too slow for me to be doing alternate picking. I'd definitely be doing down picking at that time. Okay? But again, you've got to dial this in and figure it out. So for me to go, it just feels very awkward because it's like walking really slow. Okay? But if I take this and I bump it up, let's say I go to 140. Okay? Okay, that starts feeling a little more reasonable to me. Okay? Now again, this isn't about me, it's about you. I'm just saying, if you try and do downs at 120 and it's two per click, eighth notes, and it works, and then you try and flip it over and do down ups at 120, it might work great for you, but it might feel a little bit slow to you. And if it does, speed up the metronome. Okay? And figure out what's going to work. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump this up to 160, which would be kind of cooking if I was doing downs, right? Here's downs. So that's a little bit faster if I was doing downs, but I'm going to do down ups. You see? So I've got to start developing the speed, and this is something very, very important too, is I need to be aware of the tempos at which I'm practicing these things. I need to write this down. I might need to have a notebook, God forbid, right? Where I write this down. My 2-minute drill is at this tempo. Okay? My down picking 2-minute drill. My alternate picking drill is at this tempo. Okay? That's okay. Again, ideally, at some point in your world, if my down picking, let's go back to 150. If my down picking was here, in an ideal world, my alternate picking would be twice as fast. You see that? That's what I want. At some point, whatever speed I can down pick at, I want to be able to alternate pick, which sends again, I'm doing 2 per click when I'm doing downs, which is eighth notes. If I double it by adding those ups in between, I'm then playing what we call 16th notes, which is 4 per click. So we think the click is here, and I'm doing, there's 2 per click. If I start doing this, now I'm doing 4 per click, you see? But that doesn't mean in an ideal world, that's where you are right now. But that's what would be perfect to be able to do is whatever speed you can do downs at, you can do down ups at that same speed. In the beginning, that may not be the case. You might have to do your downs at 120 and your down ups at 160 because they're just not really ready yet. You haven't developed that yet, and that's okay. You just keep practicing those over and over and over, and eventually they're going to start kind of trying to merge together. But just think about that so you know. Because if the other thing to remember about alternate picking, especially if you want to learn to play faster, is that alternate picking doesn't only have the capability of going twice as fast as your downs. It can go faster than your downs. And I always use the analogy of your legs. If you went outside and you tried to just run on one leg, if you just tried to run around on your right leg, and then you start running on both legs, you will run a lot faster with both legs than you could on one leg. It's not like one leg is getting you at this speed, and then you use both legs and now you're going twice as fast. You could go way faster with both legs. Well, the same thing happens here. As you start dialing in this, just machine ability of being able to just barely pick that string and just fire off against there, you can learn to go really, really fast. Okay, but you've got to develop it first, and then always remind yourself that when you're doing alternate picking, it's not always going to be that fast, even if you could play that fast. Because the other problem that I find a lot of times with students is that they learn how to play really fast, but they can't do it slower. Like sometimes those mid-tempo, which you're going to find when you do these exercises, sometimes when you do those mid-tempo exercises, it's actually harder to go slower than it is to go faster. Okay? But in the real world, not everything's going to be that fast. Sometimes you're going to play songs that are a little bit slower, and you've got to learn to develop that technique at a little bit slower pace. Okay? So these are great things that you can do to try and develop that picking. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about is tremolo picking. And with tremolo picking, we do not need a metronome. It's just learning how to pick as fast as humanly possible. Trying to focus on never leaving the string as you play. And you can make that as fast as you want. But tremolo picking, sometimes we'll use it in our playing in terms of scales and things, but oftentimes we'll just use it as an idea. But if we're playing songs sometimes, we really want to learn how to play really fast. So this is just a burst style of picking where you're really trying to just get used to relaxing everything as you play. Right, just picking as fast as you can. And what I like to do with these is I'll take that idea and instead of just picking, which I'll do, okay, is just this tremolo picking, speed picking, but what I'll do is I'll try and get another addition to it. And so what I'll do is I'll start playing a scale that I'm working on a string or a group of strings and practice my tremolo picking along with that. So I'm developing two things at once if you think about it. So what I'll do is, let's say I took E minor, right? So on the first string here, I'm going to play E, F sharp, G, A, B, C, D, E, and then F sharp, G, and so on. So what I'm going to do is take that scale, and I'm just simply going to tremolo pick and play each one of those notes and think about my fretboard memorization bucket, right? So as I go, again, I'm not really worried about, the how many and that sort of thing, although you can make this as involved as you want. But I'm just trying to memorize that scale on that string. Right? So that's a really great way of developing if you're using pentatonic or you're using a particular scale that you're trying to memorize and you're learning them this way, which is great, and we'll get to that in a little bit as well. But this is a great way of learning how to visualize something moving the fretboard this way, okay? So again, we have 6 strings that we can do this to. We don't have to start with 6 strings. We can start with just 1 string and develop. But once we get that, if we just keep going here, right? Or take the 3rd string. Whatever you want. And just practice. But again, remember, the focus is as you're doing this, try and keep this as fast as possible. Don't start slowing it down with the movement of your fingers. Try and keep the tremolo as fast as you can. And really focus on that tremolo picking. That's what you want to be thinking about. All right, so next what we're dealing with is synchronization of the 2 hands, and there are a billion things that you can do here, but I am just going to give you a few ideas of some things that you can utilize in this bucket, this core fundamentals bucket, okay? So the first thing is just learning how to synchronize your hand movements, and what we're going to do is we're going to kind of jump around here. I'm going to start with all 4 fingers and just go from there. So for instance, what I would do, and I do quite frequently, is I just start developing kind of like what we did when we were doing those hammer-ons. I'm picking all 4 notes. And when I get to the top, I move up 1 fret. And then go down and move up. Now, the trick to this whole thing is that, again, you can see where the strength of those fingers becomes absolutely crucial when doing these sorts of exercises, which are going to turn into scales, okay? So it's not just a lame exercise. It's actually, if you think about it, all these finger combinations are going to be relevant to pentatonic or diatonic, depending on what shapes we're using and things like that. So this is necessary. It's not just an exercise for no reason, okay? So the thing you have to really think about, though, is as you're playing this, especially the 3rd and 4th fingers, okay? When you do this, you want to make sure that as you're playing, you can feel and hear all 4 of those notes very clear. Regardless of the speed that you're trying to play. You have to line that up before you start worrying about how fast you can go and how many frets you can play and all that sort of thing. You've got to get all these to work. So if you're having a problem with your middle of your 3rd or your 3rd of your pinky or whatever the case might be, don't just skip over it, okay? Slow down. You're going to have to slow down. Again, you're only as fast as your slowest finger combination. That's the way it is. It doesn't matter how fast these fingers are. You're only as fast as your slowest finger combination. And then that also tells you how to reinforce that in your practice with your legato exercises and how you're going to really need to focus on developing those fingers. Because again, you're not doing these exercises for tomorrow. You're doing these exercises for a month from now, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, a year from now. You're developing yourself just like you would if you were trying to lose weight or you're trying to get in shape by going to the gym or whatever. You can't just expect results the next day and then you're done. It doesn't work that way. This is a lifelong process. So if you're aware of that, if you're cognizant and you're being focused and you're relating to your situation, you can go, oh yeah, I really do need to work on those fingers. So as we do this, again, just like every other exercise we've talked about, I'm concerned with how it feels and I'm concerned with how it sounds more than how fast it is. So what I'm going to do is go to this metronome again, right here. So it's set at 120 again. Dun, 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 2 per click. And so on, okay? Now I could start at the first fret and do the same idea. I'd go up to 12, come back down. I could go from 12 up and come back down. I could do the whole fretboard and come back down. Whatever you need to do, okay? If you're in a hurry that day, you might just go from 5 to 9 and come back down, okay? That's for you to decide. That's for you to work on, okay? But it's something that's very, very imperative for you to do. And again, it's going to bring some of these problems to the surface as you continue to do this, especially as you start trying to really refine the tempo at which you should be doing this at. Because once you learn to do it and it feels right, it feels like it's locked in. Now again, my picking can go faster, my first finger and my second finger can go faster, but what I'm aware of is the whole thing as a unit. That's what I have to do. It can't just be, this piece can go faster. It's how fast can the whole thing go? So if I move this up, let's say I move to 140. See what I mean? You just keep trying it, but there's something that goes off. There's something that clicks in your brain when you lock in, when you're not pretending, but you're locked. This is why you'll see a lot of people when they practice, they're just zoning out, right? The world doesn't even exist because you're in that moment locking in. Now, let's say I bump this up a little bit more. Let's say I go to 160. Okay, and let's say I'm trying to do this, but I'm struggling a little bit. What I might do is I might just take 2 strings and do this. And just keep trying to lock it in. Then I might do 2 strings. Just over and over and over, just trying to lock in where I'm at. Now I'm going to run all the way up to 200 here because I'm just doing 2 per click here. Whoop. There we go. Okay, so 200, there we are. Do-do-do-do-doon, do-do-do-do-doon. Now, as I'm playing, I'm very aware of just relaxing. I'm relaxing everything. Pick is just barely moving, right? I'm not making all these big movements like this. I'm relaxing my fingers. I'm relaxing my muscles, okay? But once I get to 200, what that means is I can go back to 100, as we talked about earlier. Hopefully you watched it, okay? And 100, but now I'm doing 4 per click. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, right? Now, what's happening is because there's 4 notes on my string and there's 4 notes that I'm playing per click, the click of the metronome is happening every time I play a new note on the next string. And I'm aware of that. And I'm lining up to that as I'm listening to this metronome as I'm practicing. You see? And then I can keep going from there. I could keep moving that metronome up and keep practicing as I go. So again, 120 comes up. Now it's going to get significantly faster, quicker. You see? And you just keep going. You just keep doing this over and over and over. Now, sometimes what I'll do is if I get to really fast speeds, let's just be stupid here and go up to 200. I might go to 200 and just practice doing 2 strings like this. You see? So again, there's a million ways that I can approach this sort of thing as I'm practicing, but just be aware of those as you're doing this. So this is a great place to start, to just start developing 4-note per string patterns, developing all those fingers, developing the picking, all of that sort of thing. And then, of course, the next thing we need to do is start moving into doing some 3-note per string and 2-note per string. All right, so since we're synchronizing with both hands, now's a great time to just start talking about scales and how to approach scales. Now, scales on the guitar are always broken into positions, right? Boxes, if you will, where you've got one, and then because the only way to play across the guitar is you got to move your hand, right? So every time we move over and play the same notes again, the shape looks different. We call that a position. So what's really important for you is to develop each position and then start connecting those positions together. So let's start with pentatonic, and then we'll move into doing a diatonic scale, and I'll just kind of show you how I would do something like this, or how I would teach this. So for instance, if you just learned how to play A minor pentatonic, the first position of A minor pentatonic, so you're here. What I do is I teach people to play toward the floor. When you get to this note, which is the last note, it's the last note I picked, I'm going to pick that note again and head the other direction. So if you think about it, I'm playing 2 notes on each string all the way through, and then 2 notes on each string all the way back up, which is just happening to make this note happen twice. I'm not dwelling on it, it's just I have to play it twice because I'm playing. Okay? But in doing that, it's going to even out the pattern as I play. So if I take that metronome again and I set it to 1, again, we'll just go back to 120, but you figure out what works best for you. And I do this. Now, if that's the speed that you're at, perfect, we're on the board, okay? If you need to, you can start speeding up that metronome. I'm just playing 1 per click right now, right? So at some point, again, I could get to 160, whatever, I'm doing 1 per click. When I get to 200, come back down, and now I can do 2 per click, all right? Now, it doesn't matter if you're doing 1 per click or 2 per click. At any time, you can make the transition to doing alternate picking. So let me show you. I'm going to play that exact same thing, but I'm going to alternate pick, down, up pick. And so on, right? And again, I can speed it up. When I get to 200, I come back down, and now I'm doing 2 per click. So let's look at 2 per click. And that's where I'm going to show you now. And again, you be wherever you need to be, but understand that. So if I'm just developing one position of whatever it is I'm working on, okay, I can just roll up and down this thing over and over and over and over and over and keep trying to improve my tempo, improve the cleanliness of what I'm doing, my picking. Again, I'm aware of all these things as I'm going, and I just play it up and down over and over and over and over and over. The next thing I can do, just like everything else we've been doing, is I can start moving it around the guitar. So I might move, play it all the way up, all the way down, and then move over and play it all the way up and all the way down, move it over. So watch this. I'll show you 2 different examples of this. Here's the first one. Okay, so again, playing from 12 up and then back down, or up here, everything else we've been talking about, okay? You might decide that this one is where you really need to be more than doing these single fingers, right? I mean, you don't have to do it all. You just have to figure out which ones are working best for where you are. But I will remind you that I would recommend highly, no matter who you are, no matter what you're practicing, doing those legato exercises are going to be important to you. Doing picking exercises are going to be important to you. Even if it's just, down picking and alternate picking on one string or whatever. That stuff is never going to go away. We're going to use those all the time. But I digress. So as we're doing this, what I can do then, okay, as I'm building this out, is maybe do it this way instead. What I'm going to do is play toward the floor. And instead of going to the ceiling and moving over, what I'm going to do is play toward the floor and move over right there and then play back up. So now I'm just making this little square that moves over like this. So watch this. Okay, so that trains our brain to start shifting on the top side, not always on the bottom side. Another really great thing to be able to do. So we're playing forward, and then we move over, and we're playing backward. Move over, playing forward, and so on. Okay, let's say you just learned the second position of A minor pentatonic. So now you're playing this. Right? You could do the same thing with that, and it doesn't have to start here. You could move it down here and just practice it as an exercise. Okay? Whatever it is you want to do. These are really great ways of being able to do this. So now let's say we've learned 3 positions of the A minor pentatonic scale. Okay? So now we're really trying to put this together. So again, it may be the same tempo, it might be a different tempo. You've got to keep track of these things. You might know position 1 and position 2 really great, but your position 3 kind of sucks. Well, if that's true, guess what you have to work on more, right? You got to develop position 3 on its own and then implement it into the other ones. So what I like to do at this point is I'll start taking this and combine all the positions together like this. One thing I do want a little tip I want to tell you is as you're practicing these things, when you're practicing from a rudimentary standpoint, there are proper fingers that you're supposed to be using, like 1 to 4 and 1 to 3 and all that sort of thing. When you start playing for real, those fingers may change a little bit depending on where you're coming from or where you're going to. Okay? Just be aware of that. So when I'm playing, my fingers will not necessarily do, 2 and 4 and then 1 and 4 or whatever it is you might be practicing. They're going to change because in the real world, depending on, again, where I'm coming from or where I'm going to, is going to dictate what finger I'm on at that point in time. So just be aware that it doesn't always work out nice and neat every time, like when you're just practicing an exercise like we're talking about right now. When you get into actually playing, sometimes those fingerings are going to change. They're not changing because I can't use a particular fingering. They're changing because it's not as comfortable at that point in time than another fingering, if that makes sense. All right, so now let's go ahead and move on. We're going to talk about diatonic scales. And again, I would do the same thing with my diatonic scales. So let's take G major, for instance. And you've got your handout so you can see what shapes I'm using, although you might do something completely different. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my G major like this. And I'm going to play up to this note. I'm not going to play the very last note here with my pinky because, again, I'm trying to make something that kind of works symmetrically for what I'm doing in terms of the metronome. So as I go. So I end on this note, which means I'm also going to begin on that note and play the next shape. You see that? It's going to happen every time. So then what I do is, again, set my metronome and practice. And I can go up as far as I want with each one of these. Keep going, turn around, whatever it is I want to do. But again, same principle as last time. But I can practice these over and over and over. Now, the truth is, with this particular scale, there are some dissections that we want to make and some different things that we can do as well to practice on a smaller scale. So really what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to develop both my fundamentals bucket and my fretboard memorization bucket, my theory bucket. By visualizing this across the whole fretboard is really what I'm trying to do is develop that. If I want to get a little more core with the things that I'm doing, what I would do is I would break this down to smaller pieces, okay? Let me show you what I mean. Let's say, for instance, I go to, let's go up here. I'm going to go up to the 12th fret of the second string, which would be 12, 13, 15, 12, 14, 15 in the E minor scale or G major, depending on how you're looking at it. Again, theory, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start developing some patterns to develop my speed picking and just playing overall, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to play this pattern. I'm going to play 12, 13, 15, and then connect to the 12 of the next string. And what I'm going to do is with the metronome, I still got it set at 120, but now I'm going to feel triplets. Da-da-da-da, 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 1, 2, 3, bum. Bum, 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 triplet done. Now I could do this anywhere. This brings us back to kind of our legato shapes, right? Right? I could do that anywhere I want. I could do multiple ones. I could just do one over and over and over. But what I want to do is make this into a complete pattern by going back the way I came. So what I'm going to do is this. So I'm going up 12, 13, 15, and then 12, and then backwards 15, 13, 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the first note is the downbeat of the next click. Okay? Now, as you're doing this, you might need to slow down the metronome a little bit. Okay? You might just need to go from from second string to first string. The big thing is notice how I'm using alternate picking. Because I have 3 notes on each string, I'm going down, up, up. Right? And then it sends me back. So after I do that up, I do a down again. And now I'm on that second string again. So what you really want to get used to is how it feels to keep that alternate picking going while you're switching strings. And because we're doing 3 notes on each string, which is really what diatonic scales are, you only get 3 notes. So it's going to be down, up, like when I play this, I'm playing down, up, 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 down, up. Okay? And what I'm training my hand to do is just simply play whatever comes next. If I did a down, I'm doing an up. Okay? But that doesn't mean that while I'm practicing this, I can't be cognizant of the feel of it. That's an up. I got to develop that. So as I'm playing this, that's what I'm working on. Up. See, I think about that as I'm playing. Okay? So I'm just going to give you a couple of different patterns. You'll have the handout that you'll see this on. but I'll show you some of the patterns that I use to develop these things. So let's just go ahead and get started. I'm going to roll through these for you. Okay, so those are all really great ones to do. Now, when you get to a certain speed again, it's going to get a little bit harder, right? Now, this might already be hard, and that's okay. I just want to show you. So if I get up here, I got to dial in more, right? So I got to feel those two strings. So every time I hear that click, I'm on a new string. And that's what I'm thinking about. You see? So whatever speed you're at, again, I might be able to go a lot faster than this, but what I'm really working on right now is how clean is it? How tight is it? How accurate is it? Right? That's what I'm trying to dial in. I'm trying to get rid of the muck because that's how I'm going to get better. I'm not trying to impress somebody by pretending I can do something I can't. I'm not trying to impress I'm trying to be me, right? I want to dial in this stuff as best I can to my ability to enjoy my playing. And if somebody else enjoys it, that's great. But I'm not here to pretend like I can do something I can't. That's not what playing is about to me. That's, again, at the very beginning of this, telling you about honesty when you're practicing. That's the kind of stuff you want to keep trying to develop. So if I go back now to 120, and let's say I got all the way to 200 now, well, 240, which would be 120, okay? See, that's when you start trying to get really hard. But you hear how I'm connecting that first string with that click. See what I mean? So again, there's a million ways that you can do this, but I'm utilizing that metronome by learning to listen to it. That's the most important thing I want you to understand as you practice these things. All right, some other things that I love to do when I'm practicing 3-note per string diatonic stuff, okay, is I'll take, again, we're dealing with E minor. I'll just keep going with that. So what I'll do is I'll build, because again, I'm doing 3 notes on each string. So I'll do these patterns where, for instance, I'll come here onto the 3rd fret and I'll do 3, 5, 7. So again, down, up, down, up, down, up. And then what I'll do is I'll move to the next pattern, or the next position, if you will, by moving up. And now I'm going to play 8, 7, 5, 8, 7, 5. So I'm actually making that. Okay, and again, it can be anywhere. These are the notes of E minor, if you know your notes, or if you know your positions of E minor, the E minor scale. And I can make this little shape where I'm just going round robin here with that metronome. Or I could do 3 of them like this. And I call that a figure 8. So what I'm doing is I'm going toward the floor, moving up toward the ceiling, moving up toward the floor, moving back toward the ceiling. There's my kind of figure 8. You see that? So these are great things to do just to get used to, again, your scale, visualization of your scale at the same time that you're practicing your technique. And then what I'll do is I'll just build this across the whole first 2 strings here from there. You know, something like that. And they don't have to go around. Like I could go. just up and down. But it's not going to fit in that 6 feel anymore. So then sometimes what I'll do is do something like... See how I'm doing that? I'm taking that first one I showed you and just playing it. You know, so you could do something like that too. There's just a million things that you can do with these, which works really great. Another thing I like to do is I'll take just one string and I'll practice things like this. Let's say I was doing something like this. I'm going to go up to the 15th fret here, 15, 19, 17. So I'm playing 15, 19, 17, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4 notes. So now I'm thinking 4 again, right? Dun 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 dun. Okay, practicing that. That'd be twice as fast doing dun 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 dun. Okay, or again, half speed, doing 2 per click. Okay, and then what I'll do sometimes is I'll jump over like this. So they make for really great finger exercises. They also make for great visualization of your fretboard. And you can use them in your playing. So again, very effective things to try and practice. All right, another thing that's really great to practice is taking your scales and doing things like practicing intervals. So for instance, I might do something where I'm in the key of G here, and I'm going to play the G, and then I'm going to jump over the A and head to the B. That's a third. And then I'm going to go back to the A, jump over a third, and go to the C. And you wind up with something that looks like this. Okay, and then if we were to go backwards with that, back to the ceiling, I should say. Okay, so what I'm going to do is do that to a metronome at 120 again and show you a couple of different options, and then of course you can speed this up or slow it down depending on how it works for you. So the first thing, bum, 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 I could play on the beat, which is a quarter note like this. Okay? But the other thing I want you to think about is that you could actually do this in a different kind of feel. Oftentimes when I'm practicing things, I don't just do them straight like I just did with you now, doing 1 and 2 or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, that sort of thing. What I'll do is a triplet feel. So as I'm thinking about this beat, now again, that's going to make it faster, right? So I may need to slow down the metronome a little bit. But if I think about that, now I'm going to do that idea, that triplet feel. You see, so I sometimes will practice things where I'll change the feel, the subdivision as well, to try and practice that way, okay? So that's something else that you can try and do as well. So if you want to practice, again, with the quarter note, you could go. Eighth notes would be 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. And triplet, decadent, 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 decadent. Right? So that's something to think about a little bit too. This is a great way to just practice shaking up that scale or that position that you might be playing in. Now, of course, the way I'm doing this is you'll notice that my scale shapes all have 3 notes per string, which makes this a little more patterned out in my mind as I play. Now, you can do this with any position on your guitar. You just have to practice it a little bit and get comfortable with it. So it doesn't just have to be this first position like this, but I'm not going to roll through every single position with this, but you get the idea. All right, another one I like to do is I'll do groups of 4. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to go up 4 notes, and then go back to the second note and go up 4, go to the third note, go up 4, and so on. Again, there's all kinds of these things. You can do, thirds, fourths, fifths, all kinds of different things. I'm just showing you some ideas of things that you might be able to implement into your playing. And using like the pattern of fourths that I'm doing here, going up in terms of groups of 4, is something that I do in my playing anyway. So I thought it'd be kind of fun to show you this. So again, I've got the metronome set at 120. All right, so now what I'm going to do is take that same exercise, same tempo, but this time what I'm going to do is play it with that triplet feel. And again, you might need to slow your metronome down, you might need to speed it up, you need to figure out what works best for you. But let me show you what it sounds like. All right, now I'm going to play those in eighth notes. So I'm doing dun 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 dun. Okay? And then I can even do 16th notes where it's decka 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 decka. So it's 4 for each one, which would be like doing 240 in this case, because I'm going 120. So here we go. Another thing that I like to practice is taking different ideas, maybe the 3-note per string ideas that we've been using, and moving across the guitar this way in more of a diagonal motion. And for this particular one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play with that triplet feel, the three beats per click, right? Or three beats, that's what it is. So if we think about it, that kind of thing. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to build some patterns of 6. So 3 notes in each string. So for instance, if I was in E minor here, and I could do this anywhere, but I'm going to go to the 7th fret. I'm going to play 7, 8, 10, 7, 9, 10. So I'm being faithful to the E minor / G major scale if you know your theory. Okay, so I'm going. So that's my first pattern. Now I could just sit and go. It's just over and over and over with a metronome. Right? And again, you could do this anywhere you want on the fretboard. But what I'm going to do is when I end this, you'll notice I'm ending on the 10th fret. What I'm going to do here, when I move up, I'm going to go to the 9th fret, which is the second to the last note I played. See, I'm on the 10, but my second to the last note that I played was the 9. So what I'm going to do is move up to that 9, and I'm going to play the next available shape that fits in the E minor / G major scale. So these notes. Okay, then I'm going to move, again, 12 is my last note, 10 is my second to last note, so I'm going to move to the 10, move to the 12, move to the 15, and I'm just going to take that and practice going toward the floor with this. Now, when you get to these thinner frets, you have to decide whether or not you want to use your first, your middle, and your pinky, or maybe your first, middle, and third. Again, whatever is most comfortable for you as you practice these. Now, I can take that same idea and just move backwards with it. Watch this. So I could make a pattern where I'm just moving up toward the floor, I should say, and then toward the ceiling again, just making that back and forth. And I could do this anywhere on the guitar. It's a great way of learning how to visualize your scales. We've already talked about seeing them this direction and building them together in positions. We've talked briefly about trying to see them when we were doing the tremolo picking on each individual string. Now what we're doing is we're kind of slicing through those. So there's lots of different ways for you to try and visualize and practice developing your chops with that. Sometimes what I like to do is work on things like pedal tone ideas where I'll keep the same pitch and then I'll play around that. It's kind of an Yngwie Malmsteen-ish kind of thing. But check this out. So what I'm going to do here, again, I'm E minor, G major is what we're doing. So I'm going to play 12th fret here, 10th fret, 8th fret, and 7th fret. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play 10, 12, 8, 12, 7, 12 like this. And then I'm going to go back to 8. And then I'm going to start all over. Okay? And then sometimes what I like to do is I'll add in the second string as well, although that's a little bit harder because now the pick has to leave that string. But I'll do something like this. See, so I'm playing. All alternate picking the entire time. So let's check that out at 120. Another thing I like to do with my pentatonics as I'm playing is instead of just going all the way up and back down, which I certainly do, what I like to do is I'll just focus on maybe 2 strings at a time and I'll just make a pattern where I'm doing the same thing over and over and over. So for instance, I might play, I'm in A minor pentatonic here, so I might play 5/8, 5/7. Just trying to develop that. Now again, eighth notes, we'd be going. 16th notes, we'd be going. Okay, and then we can turn around and do the same thing. So if we're doing eighth notes, if we're doing 16ths, you see? So they're great workouts to try and develop your wrist, try and develop your fingers, your picking, obviously. But instead of trying to flow through the entire shape each time, you might be able to go a little bit faster if you just close in and try and use just a couple of strings at a time and develop a bit more that way, which is really nice too. Another thing I like to do is just like the last example I showed you, but what I'll do is incorporate string skipping into this as well. So I might play this like I did last time, but the second time I'm going to play the 6th string and the 4th string. So I'm skipping the 5th string to try and develop the ability of being able to do some string skipping. And again, whether you're doing quarter notes, whether you're doing eighth notes, which is 2 per click, whether you're doing 16th notes, which is 3 per click, okay? I'm not really doing this in a triplet fashion because I'm playing 2 on each string, 2 notes on each string. But you could do whatever you want. So if I was doing this as eighth notes, it would sound like this. If I was doing this as 16ths, okay, so they're really effective that way. Another thing you can do, obviously, in the core bucket is trying to develop different licks that you're trying to play. So the key is being able to take that lick and make it synchronize to your metronome in whatever capacity it needs to, so you can feel it and repeat it so the metronome is doing its job. Now again, sometimes you'll have a lick that maybe won't use your metronome or something, but let me show you this. What I've got is the metronome set at 100. I'm going to show you this lick right here, and it looks like this. That's what I'm going to be doing. So what I'm doing is a pull off, again, A minor pentatonic in this case. I'm pulling off from 8 to 5, going 8, back to the 5, and then pull off from 8 to 5 on the second string. So I have... See how it can move as I play? So if I was playing along with a metronome, okay, it sounds pretty cool. Now, again, the lick is intended to be a little bit faster, so if we were doing it slower to develop it, nothing wrong with that at all. But remember, some licks that you learn, the premise of the lick is to give energy, so it's meant to be faster. When you play it slower, it doesn't have the same effectiveness, and there's probably 1,000 other licks that you could do that would be better than that lick. So as you're learning licks or patterns or things like that in your practice, always remember, is this lick really intended to be something faster, or is it intended to be something maybe a little more groove-oriented? Because we need them all, okay? But sometimes, like I just said, sometimes you're going to learn licks that really their power comes from being fast because they're adding energy into your solo. And for me, I don't ever even give any breath to the faster is better than slower or slower is then better than faster. It doesn't work that way. You want dynamics. You're trying to give your listener dynamics. If you play slow the entire time, it's going to get boring. If you play fast the entire time, it's going to get boring. If you play the same volume the entire time, it's going to get boring. Okay? Playing is all about dynamics. And so if you do something slower, you want to follow that up with something faster or something quieter or something louder, or, that sort of thing. And so, don't convince yourself that good playing is about slow or fast or loud or soft, or it's about all of these things. It's about making it interesting for a listener. That's what you're looking for. All right, another patterned idea that I think works really well with pentatonics that's fun to practice is this sort of thing. So I'm, again, A minor pentatonic. I'm going to do a pull off from 7 to 5, drop down to the 8th fret of the 6th string. Then I'm going to go back to that 5 and 7, but do it as a hammer on this time. And then I'm going to head over to the 5th fret of the 4th string, and then do a pull off on 7-5 to end it. So I start with that and I end it. Now, if I do that over and over and over, I can go. And again, you'll see its effectiveness as I make it a little faster. And I also want to note that some of the things that I'm playing here too, you're going to notice that I'm adding in a little bit of palm muting because it tends to give it a bit more percussion when I'm doing all of this hammer-on pull-off stuff, this legato stuff. Where if I don't use that, it tends to almost sound like it's getting a bit too chaotic, where if I use a bit of palm muting, it tightens it up. See that? Now again, you don't have to play it that fast, but if you're playing it, it's not going to have the same effectiveness. So just remember that about licks, as I just discussed a little bit ago, but it's very important for you to understand that. So what I'm going to do is take this now, and I'm going to shift it to the next group of strings. So when I get done playing this lick, or this pattern, I'm going to move to the 4th string, and do the same thing. But of course, I'm staying pentatonic, so I'm staying true to the shape. So I'm going 7, 5, 7, not 8, because that's not pentatonic. And then I would move to the 3rd string, move to the 2nd string, so now I got to go to the 8th fret there, and then end it. So it would look like this. Okay, now I've got the metronome set at 150 right now, just because that feels pretty comfortable to me. So I'll show you this as 8th notes, and then I'll show it to you moving from there. Dun, 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 dun. Let's start at quarter notes. So if I was going... that would be quarter notes. 8th notes... sixteenths, okay? So any of those are available to you as you continue practicing. And again, you need to shift as needed to make this work. So hopefully this has helped you to better understand how to organize yourself to create a daily or weekly practice routine based off where you are in your journey and the things that you need to elevate yourself, right? Finding out who you are, the things that you're good at, and the things that you need at this point in time. Because again, I think the most important thing that people do wrong is they're always overachieving. They're trying to do too much in too little amount of time. And they're trying to do things that don't fit into a logical connection from where they are. If you could take yourself and make yourself this circle, right? It's a terrible looking circle, but if that was you and it encompassed all the things that you are good at in terms of guitar playing, the things that you feel confident with, okay? What we want to do is find fringe elements that connect right to the outside of this circle or this bubble, okay? And we don't need 30 of them. We need 2 or 3 or 4, okay? And then to try and utilize all of these things and mush them together, That's where songs come in. Songs try and take all of these ideas and put them together, okay, and make them cohesive. So in a real world situation, we're playing this song, or we're jamming this song with other people, or whatever it might be, or we're writing a song, or we're performing a song that somebody else wrote in our band, or whatever, right? But all of these elements are coming together. If we take this circle or this sphere, okay, and we're always learning things that are out here, kind of out in outer space, the problem is we're never really growing this thing right here. And that's what I want you to always be thinking about with all the tools that I'm giving you. Now, as you go through this practice routine, I can't give you all the answers to everything. All I can do is open your eyes to, that's what I need now. And then you need to find some further study for that particular thing that you're looking at. Obviously, at GuitarZoom here, we have all kinds of different courses and videos and material available to you to try and answer all of these questions for you. There's videos all over the place that you can look at, but just understanding that the answers are there. It's just trying to figure out when's the right time to approach that and how to organize that daily practice routine so it fits into your 20 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, 2 hours, whatever it is that you have to offer. But remember, practice on the days that you eat, and it'll get you closer to those goals.